I see we do have a few people in the attendees list. We'll start with public comment. If anybody joined us today to make a public comment, please raise your hand, and then Beth will move you over and we can hear you out. All right, seeing none, close public comment and move on to the County Commissioner update. Who wants to go first?
I can. Just a few things. First, opioid settlement kickoff. This is an event that you should have received an invite to. I haven't seen for myself whether you've RSVP'd or not. Curious if you're going to be in attendance. But I can describe the event more if you need more background.
I don't know that I saw that. Where is it and when is it?
It is in person, June 23rd, all day at Red Rocks Community College. By all day, I mean like 9 to 4. And it is the kickoff for our regional opioid committee. We've named ourselves the Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Council, or GROC.
Yeah. And remind me, I seem to remember we're going to get a relatively modest amount of this settlement. Is that true?
As far as the region has a fair amount of money to spend. Our individual distribution is not going to be that much. I don't think the numbers are final yet. And we do have a decision to make about whether we want to keep our distribution and meet the reporting requirements or give it to the region. I know Idaho Springs looked at it and chose to give it to the region. I think that's something that should probably be on our agenda in 2 weeks.
Got it. I agree with that.
Yeah. And then, yeah, so the other thing, I just basically wanted to make sure that you knew it was happening. And if you should find it in your email. It may have hit your spam filter because emails are going through Eventbrite. But you can reach out to Rebecca Abrahamson or myself, and we can make sure you have the details and it's on your calendar. And if you don't plan to attend, please let me know. Another thing, just an update. I attended last week or the week before an annual law enforcement training hosted by the Clear Creek Fire Authority. It's very educational for me. I just got to see sort of what fire departments say to police officers about their role during those types of emergencies, and learned a lot. So grateful for including that. And then the last thing is that we're back to that time of year where we get to prepare legislative proposals for CCI. And I know I've held out the hopes that one of these years, someone on our staff is going to have something that, whether it's a small technical fix or something that they come across in statute that could be changed, and then we can go get it changed for them. So I would love to just repeat this ask that staff submit any statutory changes they'd like to see us pursue. And then we can go and try to get that done.
We discussed it yesterday in our leadership team meeting.
Okay, excellent. That's all I have for today.
Randy?
Yeah, I have only one thing today that I wanted. I mean, there's other stuff, but there's no sense in taking up too much time. As you knew from our last episode, we've been working on a grant. Lisa had submitted a letter of intent to CDOT, and then I had contacted Director Liu off the same notice sometime back about what happens with all the different agencies that deal with renaming. And the bigger stuff actually happens at the level of some new historical interpretive stuff with the Forest Service and other agencies, which could even be us. And I just wanted to let you know that the way it's working right now, and if I can share screen from it, I'm just going to show you a portion of the budget spreadsheet on the grant app to just give you a heads up on one thing. And if you can see that, okay. This is a list of partners in what would be a collaboration to work together to apply for a scenic byway grant. The scenic byway grant that comes from FHWA hasn't even been issued in hasn't had a NOFO and issuance of grants in about 10 years. And so it's kind of sporadic in the way that it comes. Knowing that it won't come in the future, it would be an excellent source to take care of renaming work throughout the scenic byway area in the Mount Evans area. The partners, as you can see down the left-hand side, Colorado Department of Transportation, U.S. Forest Service, a list of federally recognized tribes. It's in the project narrative for that portion, and others on down Clear Creek County, Jefferson County, and other contributors who would either have projects or contribute money to the project or contribute consultation in different ways. And it would involve everything from building new features to doing re-signing to actually kind of updating our historical museum stuff to reflect a broader history and also our tourism stuff. And I've contacted almost all of the players and they've all been very enthusiastic about partnering. And it actually, the application doesn't come from us. The applicant has to be either the Department of Transportation or a federally recognized tribe. And for simplicity, we're looking at the Department of Transportation and they're enthusiastic. Director Lou and some of the folks are very enthusiastic about it. Also, the Forest Service is enthusiastic. The catch is that at one point, the Forest Service had said they could handle fiscal management, which is basically being the fiscal agent, receiving the bills and receiving the money and receiving the grant and doing the grant process billings and applications and reports. And we have done that in a couple of other areas, and we found it to be an onerous burden. So when I built this spreadsheet at first, I put the U.S. Forest Service in as fiscal agent because a couple of their managers thought they could. What I'm getting back from Scott Hawes right now is he doesn't believe that they can do that and will do that. There seems to be some disagreement in the Forest Service about whether they can and will. Right now, they're hypothetically in here. The Department of Transportation is also looking to see if they can legally be the fiscal agent as well as the applicant, because it does call for a sub-recipient to be named, those who receive the funds, which is part of fiscal agency. So as a fallback, it would probably fall back to Clear Creek County to take that on, because to pick one of the federally recognized tribes would be to potentially set up some kind of a, we might set up some differences of opinion since they're still vying for which name's going to be coming out this year. And so what I've done, if you notice this yellow line 8 and 9 here, is there is a significant amount of money that I put in for fiscal management and project management to oversee the process through which the different entities come together and decide what features would be built at like the summit of the mountain and Echo Lake or on some open space property where we can have some additional kiosks. So at the end of the day, we may become fiscal agents, or I may ask that we become fiscal agents in a future meeting, but I'm put a budget in there to cover us. And I also, there's a 20% match required on this. And so I've got the match coming from various sources and various amounts. Right now, if you come down to here, you see we're at almost a 30% match, so we're overmatched. And if I do bring Clear Creek County in as fiscal and project management, or recommend that, then I would remove our contribution right here if this moves down into our category, so that we wouldn't be actually paying a match on fiscal management and project management. We'd be fully reimbursed for it. And what the project looks like at the end of the day is really depends on the award of the grant, whether the full grant comes, because then we design the features around the grant. And so the first part of the whole project is simply to bring the tribes and these different land management organizations together to decide what the features will be, and get a general wrap around it, and then work with the tribes for that historical those historical pieces to help design them and put them in. And then ultimately they would be constructed by each of the people, each of the agencies like ourselves. And then we have, for example, to build a kiosk, we've got money in for that, which would include being able to fund management of the building of that, contracting of a feature. And it may be as simple as panels or displays in the Historical Society. The Heritage Center Museum in Idaho Springs is a portion of the byway. It's actually named in the corridor management plan. Also putting money in this to update the corridor management plan to be paid by the byway grant, because we're actually due in Clear Creek County to update the Mount Evans byway corridor management plan, and that can be part of this grant too. So just so you know, we're going to cover some things that this grant would cover some things that need to be done in the county, partially as a result of renaming and partially just other stuff that's due, as well as get some other things done by other agencies. And So that's the story. The grant, the letter of intent we put in was for a placeholder for $1 million, and the grant's coming up around 900,000, or not the grant, but the full project around 900,000 right now. And pretty much all the players are in line, and it is they're all expressed as hypothetical partners, and we have to know if we have the grant before we really get the other partners to all make their commitments. So that's the story, and I just didn't want to surprise anybody with an additional, as we're divesting ourselves of fiscal agencies. I didn't want to surprise anybody that we may necessarily, because of our location within this, need to become, and for legal reasons, need to become the fiscal agent, but that we're fully funding fiscal agencies so that we're reimbursed for the hours that we put into it. Which has not been, we've been kind of loose about that in the past, about saying, sure, we'll get this grant and administrate it. And there's a cost to administrating grants. There's a cost to getting grants that, if you don't fund it within the grant, can be kind of onerous, and I'm trying to get away from that model. So that was a long-winded explanation of a fairly small thing, but I wanted to give you a heads up on it.
Okay, who's running with this on the staff side of things from Clear Creek?
Well, Lisa would be, but because this was a pretty complicated grant, I took on the actual writing of the grant and then have run it by Lisa, and I have her kind of standing by to just advise me on the technicalities of the forms. And Lenore Bates down at CDOT, Lisa and Lenore actually right now today, and for the last 2 days, have been at a byway program conference where they're studying ins and outs and learning more about this stuff. And so I'm actually building the grant and then running it past staff to take, have been consulting with Beth and consulting with Lisa, but trying not to dump them. I just knew this was going to be a really, the spreadsheet alone is pretty complicated, and there's a lot of partners to administrate. And I didn't want to saddle, since I saw the opportunity, Lisa and I did simultaneously, and I told her that it really probably, and I got with Brian on it, let him know it probably needed to be a much larger thing than just changing the road signs, that this money could be useful for. I realized it would be so complex that I didn't want to dump it on them. So I've been building it myself. I've been doing the grunt work and then running it by them. And I got Lisa at the conference. I sent a copy of everything that I'm turning into her as of last night. She thought it looked great and I should go ahead and submit it. There'll be a couple of missing documents because they requested that we fill out a 424. It's a federal form, 420 SF 424, SF 420A and B. But those really come from and are signed by the applicant, and legally the applicant has to be CDOT. And so I'm going to be submitting what we have, our spreadsheet and our stuff, to them by end of day today or tonight, since we're leaving town tomorrow. And then next week we would iron out the details on those other forms with CDOT and get them filled out, collaborate with them. And our deadline to them is the 9th, which is Thursday, to CDOT. CDOT then submits, they're selecting from among 9 of these. We're one of 9 finalists from across the state, and they'll pick 2 to 4 of those finalists as the ones they really want to submit. And we have it, I have it on pretty good authority from some different people I've talked with, that they like the looks of this and what we've submitted so far better than any of the others. So they like it a lot, up to the director.
And I just have a quick question for Brian, and I know this is commissioner update. This is not action or anything like that. I know the board has not formally approved this grant application. I see that the match amount is such, Brian, I think you have the authority to approve it, and associated staffing expectations of project management and that kind of stuff. Am I understanding this correctly, sort of the mechanism through which it's being done?
Yeah, I guess I had the same question. I wasn't clear on what the county's match is going to be. If we got the total grant, what's our match?
Well, our match right here we're showing is around $13,000 right here. You see this column G right here, and you come down to Clear Creek County is 13. What we might do is be moving these yellow and green lines, these 4 lines at the bottom of the Forest Service, because we're taking on those responsibilities. I would remove these numbers right here that you see, the 15, 20, and 25 as a match. Clear Creek's not willing to do that. If it was a larger organization like the Forest Service or Department of Transportation, they could absorb that. I see this 13 as what Clear Creek could do. That's my opinion. And so when I did another version of the spreadsheet last night, and well, actually I can remove these 3 lines right here, right now. And that 30% you saw at the bottom will recalculate. And you can see we're still at a 23% match, which is still an overmatch. And we may put some back into a couple of other people in order to bring that up. The bottom line is we need a 20% overall match on the project. And even if Clear Creek takes this on, we're still overmatched overall on the budget, and it would still be a good application. Because I wouldn't submit that Clear Creek should absorb any of these, any match against these numbers right here. It's just more than is reasonable for us to do when we're taking on fiscal agency for such, on behalf of such larger organizations.
So is it fair to say if the Forest Service did this, we would save the county $13,000?
No, I think what it would do is, what I'm saying is we'd pay this 13 right here. What I'm saying is these numbers right here, these other match numbers that I took out, this 15, 20, and 20 would all, in other words, we'd fully fund our fiscal management. We wouldn't absorb this as a match the way we're expecting the Forest Service to absorb it here. That's part of their, that would be part of their 78,000 up here. And so what we would do is take all of this out, and it would be funded from the grant instead of from Clear Creek. Where I expect the Forest Service to pay here, Clear Creek won't pay that. If the Forest Service won't do that job and we have to do it, we're not going to pick up the match on that. That's not, I wouldn't advise that we do that. But even if we don't, and even if we eliminate that as matching funds entirely, the overall project is still sufficient to be an attractive grant to FHWA.
And George, to answer your question, I don't think I can answer the question with respect to our ability to project manage yet, because I don't have a complete handle on all of the various projects to be able to answer that question.
Okay, yeah, that, and my question was more of a process question, because I realize we're not scheduled to discuss this as a board, and that means therefore, I wanted to confirm, therefore that means that you would be the one to authorize this.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anything else, Randy?
No, that's it. And just to, and a little bit to answer the question about project management that was asked, you know, the problem is the first part of this is the facilitation. We sit the partners down together and decide what it is we're going to build. And I think we rebuild the project and then we specify the project around the money itself so that the money's there to get it done. It's a generous amount of money, and a lot of the management falls within contracted partner facilitation and so forth down below, and historic consultation from the tribes and so forth. So the project management is just to see that the meetings are called and held, and that and fiscal management is kind of approving the bills as they come in and the grant administration as it goes out. The projects themselves happen under the purview of the various partners as they build their own components that are funded by this grant. So the project management should not be too onerous on this.
Got it. Okay. I know we're a little bit over our time, so I'll be very brief. The project that I've been focusing on mostly lately is with the Treasurer's Office with the rollout of this new Colorado Secure Savings Program. And we had a session up at CCI, and I think CCI is going to be a good venue along with CCAT to make sure that all the county leadership around the state know that this is coming. And also we're looking for pilot companies that want to be part of the pilot rollout in the fall. And last Wednesday, a couple of members of the Treasurer's team went to a Chamber of Commerce meeting in Evergreen while we were all in Vail, and found a couple of additional businesses who were excited about piloting this. So that's all I've got. So I'll turn it over to you, Brian, for the manager update.
Thank you. I thought I would start with trying to set some new retreat dates. I know Randy, Sean, you guys are going to DC this week.
Yep.
Does that make next week out? Or
No.
would this is, how about, like, for instance, June 17th, which is a Friday? Or I know that we have a special meeting on the 14th, but I think, Sean, you may have had something going on after that meeting. I was suggest maybe meeting after the special meeting on the 14th, but
Yeah, I've got something at 12:30, so I wouldn't have a huge And I've got a Dr. Cog meeting on Friday, but I would preempt that with this meeting, which I think is more important.
Yeah, we could push it to,
I'm
Randy?
fine meeting on Friday if that works for George and Randy.
Well, I have a hold from next 100 meeting with NOCO from 10:30 to 12 with their board on that day, but it's a hold that I'm not sure I didn't think that was the date we had confirmed. I thought we were meeting on the 24th or something with them. So I'll have to confirm that and get back with you. My memory is telling me the 24th. My calendar is telling me the 17th for this meeting.
George? Works for you, 17th?
Yep.
Peter?
I have a conflict from 11, but I can change it.
Sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have some conflicts too, but we need to get this thing on the calendar.
Yeah, I agree with that. Can we have fallback second date, which is Sean, the 14th is not reasonable. Is that correct?
No,
Too soon?
I just
What
have
about-
something on there.
What about the 20th? As a fallback?
I'm open.
I cannot do the 20th. I have a conflict in the afternoon. We have leadership team at 10, but I have to be in Denver at 2 o'clock.
21st is out.
22nd looks pretty good for me. That we have
Yeah.
that commissioner legislature, but we can cancel or not attend.
Yeah, the 22nd could work for me also.
I'm supposed to meet with some possible fundraising targets with Rob Pike on the 22nd. Although the Friday, the 24th is completely open for me too.
I have an EDC meeting on the 22nd. Honestly, I was hoping to take the 24th off. I have a friend in town.
Okay. How much time do you think we need?
I'm thinking at least 4 hours. 4 hours?
Well, the 17th, that meeting of mine is 10:30 to 12. I know I think we said we prefer to do this in the morning than the afternoon.
I don't really care at this point. I think it's important to get it done.
Well, I can do the afternoon on the 17th, or if we want to pick one of the other days.
What about the 16th? I mean, I'll tell you every day I'm telling you, I got to move multiple meetings. So it's,
Yeah. The 16th is completely open for me until 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
I have a meeting at 11:30 that day that I could probably.
16th isn't
It's just
good.
a meeting with three of us that I can probably.
About the 15th.
No,
No. Okay.
No,
How about as a backup, the 28th? That's a Tuesday. It's not a board meeting day.
I'm
wide
open.
open.
Let's go with the
Okay.
28th. So we got June 17th first, and then the 28th is a backup.
Okay,
I think I've told two of you this, but I'm gonna be out on July 19th. That is a board meeting day. I have a family vacation plan. I'll be flying to California that day. Just kind of a heads up. And then one more item for you.
Real quick, Brian, do you think we should meet without you, or do you think we should reschedule? I hesitate to spend a day talking about what you should do without you hearing
we could see that as an opportunity. But
it.
It's kind of the board's prerogative. I trust you.
I think maybe to me, it depends on what we think is on the agenda there. I mean, sometimes we have pretty light agendas.
That's
but
true.
some
Well, we
items
get a
are
little-
time
We can get a little closer and figure that out. Okay. And then my last item is Soda Creek Road, the road project that we're gonna start on there. On the ARPA list that we're gonna go over in 2 weeks, there is money, a project to set aside money for when we do road projects to put conduit in the road and fiber in the road to start getting high speed, throughout the county. So we've got the Soda Creek project happening. We've got an opportunity here to get fiber to the transfer station, which would be huge for them, given how hard it is for them to communicate. Self-service is spotty at best. The internet is extremely slow, and that's also spotty at best. So extending fiber there would get us high-speed internet to the transfer station. Potentially, we could even start leasing that fiber in the future to some of the neighborhoods that are surrounding there, Little Bears, Steve Canyon, Pine Slope. So in our capital budget right now, we budgeted $985,000 for the shooting range project. We believe we're probably going to spend around $500,000 of that this fiscal year. We would like to use 150 of the remaining to put that fiber and that conduit in the ground to Soda Creek so we can get that better communication up to the transfer station. We don't necessarily need formal action to do that, but it's also something I wanted to run by you, given how we budgeted that, to ensure you support doing something, that kind of a change as it relates to the budget.
So my initial comment is favorable. I happened to run into Stefan Andrade yesterday, and you probably know him as the guy who founded Clear Creek Broadband. And he had a request of me, which is very timely, which was, hey, Sean, if you guys, the county, are laying fiber anywhere, please let us know, because our specialty is the last mile, right? So if we're going to do that, I think before we make the decision, before we look at the finances, we should talk to Clear Creek Broadband and to ask them the question, hey, if we can give you backhaul to the transfer station and you guys can put an antenna there and basically serve that part of the county, like, what does that model look like? And we may be able to recover at least some of our costs.
Well, that's exactly the model that we ultimately envision. However, I think from a purchasing standpoint, we can't just reach out to Clear Creek Broadband. That would have to be some kind of a competitively bid project.
Yeah, that's fine.
But
that's fine. So I mean, I think practically speaking, no one's going to bid it. Well, yeah, I think the problem, I think things would work out like in the public's best interest if we did.
But the model that you're talking about is exactly what we envision, right? In terms of getting that middle mile in the ground, so the last mile can be leased from us. That dark fiber can be leased from us to someone else to provide the service to the neighborhoods. Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't be dark fiber; it would be lit, right?
It will be lit at that point. Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. And that statement is, I mean, he brought it up in the context of the county putting in the fiber loop in Georgetown, and basically said, if you guys end up doing that, let's please communicate, because where you put the access points on the fiber has huge impacts on what the cost of delivery to the public would be for the last mile.
Okay. Yeah, we probably need to do some kind of a formal process sooner rather than later once those projects get underway. Yeah.
I'm favorable to it as well. I think I don't know off the top of my head how much you save when you put conduit into a trench you've already dug. I suspect I know that it's a lot. And Randy, I know you went pretty deep into that. Maybe you can, just for the benefit of the public, to understand $150,000 is a lot of money. And then trenching, doing it on its own would probably cost.
It's the trenching and the cost of the conduit that's the most expensive part of that kind of a project. The actual fiber is cheap.
Yeah.
Actually, the conduit is cheap too. And so when people are trenching for other purposes, the conduit itself is not tremendously expensive. The biggest expense is the trenching. And so that's why every time you put trenching in the ground, every time you trench in the ground, you should put conduit in the ground if there's any possibility.
Well, right, because we don't want to be cutting our roads once they're brand new and shiny and nice, right? So that's part of the reason we have that option on the ARPA list to set aside some money for when we do those road projects, we've got money budgeted for the fiber and for the trenching, or for the conduit, etc.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that I'm not debating whether the conduit versus but it's getting the conduit in the ground that's really expensive, and the biggest single part of that are road cuts and ditches. So when people are doing road projects and if they're trenching for anything else at all, or even if they're not, it's often wise while they're torn up to go ahead along the length of that line, if it's a future strategic place for fiber, to at least get the plastic in the ground so that they can blow some line through it later on.
Yep. All right. So I'm not hearing any opposition, so we'll probably
Right.
move on that.
Yeah,
So
the
that's,
only question that I had about it was just wait until we talked about the other stuff was, you know, are we robbing from Peter to pay Paul at the end of the day or transferring it forward? Because with relative to our intent, our down the line intent on the shooting club, or on the shooting range, are we likely to need that money back into that budget from another source in order to complete our?
we would replenish it during the FY23 budget development process.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Yep.
We're not shooting ourselves in the foot, no pun intended.
No,
with this.
we would replenish it with the FY23 budget that we
Okay.
bring to you. Yeah. All right, that's, those are my items.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we're only a little bit over. Let's roll into the next action section, 9 o'clock, consideration approval of forest receipts allocation agreement for 2021 forest receipts distributed in 2022 between Clear Creek County and Clear Creek School District. Peter.
Hi, good morning. So the reason why this is not on consent is just because it does require some discussion by the board and approval. Every year, we get a share of U.S. Forest Service forest receipts, which are basically money earned from uses of forest land based on the amount of land in the county. By statute, 1/4 of that is to be given to local school districts, and 1/4 of it is to be dedicated to the Road and Bridge Fund. The balance is to be negotiated between the county and school districts. So every year we do this. This usually ends up on the agenda. I'm pretty sure Bob used to bring it to you as well. Also, we receive PILT money from the U.S. From the United States. So payments in lieu of taxes is what PILT stands for. By law, counties that receive forest receipts have the amount of those forest receipts deducted from their PILT share. But if forest receipts are allocated to the school districts, they are not deducted from a county's PILT share. We maximize federal revenues into the county by paying all of the discretionary portion of forest receipts to the school district.
Right.
So that's pretty much where we are. What I've attached to the agenda is a proposed agreement. The county's forest payments from the federal government for fiscal year 2020, 2021 were $504,266. When you do all the math, essentially 25% to the school district, 25% to the road and bridge is 126,000 each. And then we would give this remainder of 50% to the school district in order to maximize our PILT payment. So the school district would get another 252,000. So they would get essentially 75% of the forest receipts, and that will help maximize, that would maximize our PILT payment when that comes through. So that's pretty much it. Sometimes the board has decided to go the other direction, but I don't know that it's been in recent memory that they haven't decided to give the full ability, the full amount that is discretionary to the school district.
Mhm.
That hasn't happened on Randy and I's time here, to my knowledge.
What's that, Sean? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
The school district has not been the recipient in our time here, to my knowledge, to my recollection. We've always given it to the school district, as Peter described.
Right, I'm fine, and I'm fine with it, understanding especially that that doesn't change our bottom line at the county anyway, because anything that we took would be deducted from our PILT funding. So
Yeah, thank you. for the
accepting the
explanation.
money or keeping the money ourselves wouldn't do us any good financially. It wouldn't be real money.
Yep.
I agree. Thanks for the good explanation, Peter.
So all I would need is a motion to approve the proposed agreement, and then we would present it to the school board, presuming that they themselves would like to accept that money.
And what is the amount this year?
The total amount would be, the county will pay the school district, so it's 252,000 plus 126,000. So
Yeah. So it's gone down since last year. I'm looking at the, or am I misunderstanding? Because I see a 504,266 and then the 126.
So 126 is 25% of
Yeah,
504. They
Okay,
each
I
get, we keep basically 126, and then they get all the remainder of that.
Cool. Got it. Thanks.
They get about 375, 380, something like
Right.
that.
Okay.
And a lot. So I was just going to say, and that's all dictated by the statute, so it follows. I think we're pretty used to doing it that way.
Yep. All right, any questions for Peter? Or if not, I think we're ready for a motion.
Yeah, I move that we, no questions. George? Question? I move that we approve the Forest Service receipts allocation agreement for 21 Forest Service receipts distributed in 22 between the county and the school district.
Second.
Have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thanks, Peter. We're a little bit early for our abatement hearing. Maybe take a quick break this morning, come back at 9:15, and we'll see Diane Settle about what she has for us today.
Okay, they should be coming. I don't know, Diane, yeah, okay, Diane's here.
Beth, you're off mute.
Yeah, I turned the microphone back on. I was gonna see if Diane can hear us. See if she's on. Diane, can you hear us? See. Commissioners, can you hear us okay, or?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll go check what's going on.
we're trying to connect Diane on just a second. Is she coming? Okay. All right, she should be coming on here in just a second. There she is. All right. Oh, you're muted, Diane. And I was gonna ask you, do you know if anybody called in or said they were gonna be here for this?
I talked to Heather Huntoon,
Okay,
and that was the only person I talked to. Nobody else called in.
okay.
And I have talked to Gerald Topper in the past, and he agrees with this value. So do we want to start with him?
Okay,
Let's start wherever you like.
Okay. See, I don't have the numbers on these things,
it's
so,
2237 is Gerald Topper.
okay. And this is, we had him valued at 130,000 in 2020. And we're adjusting it to 42,150 because it's not really a residence. It's just a minor structure on vacant land, and we were assessing him for a lot more square footage than what he has. He has part of it as a dirt floor, so it's up York Gulch. It's been, so I'm recommending 42,150 for 2020. And for 21, it was valued at 149,220, and now I'm recommending a value of 61,370.
And Mr. Topper has agreed to that. Is that correct?
I have talked to him, yes, and we kind of came up to this, yes.
Okay. I'm good with that. George, Randy, what questions do you have?
Diane, can I just ask to confirm the numbers again? So you had 130,000 in 2020 and you adjusted to 42,150.
Correct?
And then in 2021, you went from 149,220 to 61,270?
370,
61,370. Thank you.
yes.
I don't have any questions about this one. Seems pretty straightforward. Randy, you are muted.
I have no questions either, and I would move that we approve case 22-37 as recommended by the assessor for both years and accepted by the owner.
Second.
Yeah, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Motion passes. What do you want to do next, Diane?
William Breaker,
Okay,
It's
Number?
2236.
yep,
and this one I'm recommending denial. For 21 and 22. He's saying it's mineral, but we have it as having access across the mining claim, and our comparables do support the value. And I have not talked to him.
okay. And sir, if you are here on the attendee list and you have something to add, just raise your hand and Beth will be over and we can hear what you have to say.
And this is on South Spring Gulch.
Mr. Chair, I see we have a cell phone in the attendee list. I think it's *9 to raise your hand when you've called in. Am I correct?
Or *6. I think it's
Okay.
*6.
*6.
I don't know.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that line too. All right, we'll give you just a minute. And I don't necessarily, I don't have any questions about the recommendation.
I don't
Okay.
know.
So I'm going to assume that that person is joining for a different reason. Any questions from you, George or Randy? Or if not, I guess we're ready for a motion.
Yeah, I'm curious. Diane, can you just talk a little bit about how you determine whether there's adequate access to make something buildable and not natural resource?
We look at the GIS. And we, the overlays and it does, we verify from that. Sometimes we don't always get it right because they're not always exactly survey, they're not survey accurate is what I'm saying. But on this one, you can see the road coming right into it. And it touches Spring Gulch. South Spring Gulch.
Yes, it does. Okay, was just curious. So you look at the topography, you look at the close roads and just kind of course.
Right, and then we use comparables, comparable properties to determine our value, and our sales are, 16,000 to 23,000, but with adjustments, they support them 23,370.
Okay.
I have a process question. So if somebody makes a request, such as all these owners have, and they do not attend the hearing and we make a decision, and then next year, can they basically ask for the same consideration again? Or once we've made a motion and voted on it, is that a final determination unless they want to go to the next level, which I believe has something to do with the state of Colorado?
They can protest every year. It's every year on the same thing. They're allowed to do that. Even
They
if
could go back and
violate-
protest for 2021 again next year.
Not
if they wanted to.
2021, 2022. But no, he can't protest for 2022 because we're considering that today also.
Okay, that was one. It makes sense.
Once you protest, you can't re-protest for the same year, but if we didn't adjust for that year, then they can request another review.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, and of course, I mean, we know from doing driveway exceptions that it's often, a little harder to determine whether something's accessible or not before you have an engineer on site. But of course, you have to make this decision with the information you have.
Yep.
And the access to this parcel is comparable to the access of those other parcels that you have listed.
Yeah, it appears that there's potential access off of either, it's where Trail Creek and South Spring come together.
Mhm.
Right in that area, and it appears that there's access to either the top, there's already existing access. Are we looking at the yellow or the blue claim here, or both, Diane?
The yellow,
Yellow?
yes.
Yeah, it appears, but in any case, it appears that there is access onto the property with either driveway or road to both the bottom and the top of the property. So at first glance, just looking at a map, without topography and engineering, it appears that they have access.
Okay, that's good enough for me. This one was, it's a little bit of a little tough to put your finger on access, and so that's why I wanted to just ask a little bit more about it. And then if this gentleman intended it as natural resource, or the owner intended this as natural resource, there are processes for them to commit to not developing on it and then have their taxes reduced. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And the blue one is my comparable number 2. Just FYI, they're right there next to each other, so.
Okay, well, thank you. Those are my questions. And I am good with this recommendation.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion then, George?
Not seeing any questions coming out of Randy. Yeah, I'll go ahead and move that we accept the assessor's recommendation for denial of abatement case number 22-36.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. On to the next one.
This would be Huntoon. Daryl and Heather Huntoon.
22-35.
And I talked to her, we're making an adjustment. This is a very steep mining claim, and they paid 15,000 for it, and we had it valued at 76,590. And we're recommending, plus we included 13 acres of M2 land. So it seemed much larger than it really is. And if you value it properly, that 13 acres is all M2, so it cannot be built on. And so I'm recommending adjusting the value to 11,370,
Oh.
which is
that's
2,000 for the M2 property, and then 9,370 for the M1 property. Based on the, oh, it's actually a total of 13,370. I'm sorry. I'm adjusting the 5-acre mining claim of the Continental to 11,370 based on its topography, because it's very steep and not real usable. They bought it because it's adjacent to their property. And then the 13 acres at $200 an acre is $2,000. So that makes it a total of 13,370 from a value of 76,590.
And you mentioned that the property owners are amenable to that adjustment.
Yes, I talked to Heather.
Okay.
The thing I'm curious about on this one is in 2021, which I think is during the assessment period, the property sold. I thought when we had a sale during the assessment period, we went with the sale value, which was 15,000.
That's what they.
Well,
have.
it's you don't value everything at exactly the sale price. And I mean, we could adjust it to the 15,000.
Basically, so we've got the value set at that they requested a reduction to 15,000, but when you did your calculations, Diane, you're telling us when you adjusted the calculations according to the conditions, the number you came up with was 13,370. Is that correct?
Correct, right. And I thought we were close enough to the 15,000 that we would roll with that.
Is this for 2021 only, Diane?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I must have been confused about the process. For some reason, I thought when something sold during the period, didn't look at comps and just said, yep, that's the value. But I don't need to quibble over this small amount if your recommendation is 13,370.
I don't have any further questions.
So I move that we accept the recommendation of the reduction of on the 1.5 acre property to 11,370, and for the 13 acres to 2,000, for a total of 13,370 instead of the 590 on case 22-35.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I think we've only got 22-33 left.
Or 22-34 Tarquin Terran.
Okay,
And this is a new construction, and we had valued them at 100% as of January 1 of 2021. And it was only 50% based on the inspections from the building department. And so we're just recommending adjusting it to 50% complete as of January 1 of 2021. So that takes it from 267, 230 to 155, 180.
So that's
Okay.
half. And so what that is the land value and half of the construction value, or the constructed value.
Correct, correct.
Okay. That makes sense.
And then now he's at 100%, so
Going
for
forward.
2022.
Yeah, okay.
I don't have any questions. This one's very straightforward.
Sean?
good.
I move that we approve case 22-34 per the assessor's recommendation to have the value of the built improvements reduced to 50%.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Oh, just a second. I got somebody raised their hand. I just now caught it. Let me see if I can cross them over. Here they come.
Oh, that looks like Tarquin. Terran Tarquin.
Yeah, let's see.
That's the one we just did, yeah.
Let me ask them to unmute and see if they have, I don't know if you all want to hear from them.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Hey, I just have one question on my case. I see that you've devalued that, and that's fine. I appreciate your time. I did pay $911.34, which was 50% of what I was assessed earlier. And now you've dropped it down to the $764.94. Will you guys be sending me a check back for the difference of $146.40?
The refund is $764.94. That's the refund. The treasurer, that will be something you take up with the treasurer if you've already paid your taxes.
Well, I paid 50%, so 50% would have been $911.
Okay. Then,
So you're telling me-
but
so
the
you're
land,
telling-
but the land would have been 100% of value. And the improvement was 50% of value. So, well, you're still gonna have to check with the treasurer on the refund on that.
So the refund is 700 and some, so the total would be 1,100. So it sounds like it's the other direction.
It's the other direction, the way you're correct. Okay, so I still owe you money. I paid 911 and the new value is 1,057. So I owe the difference between that. Is that correct?
That's what I see.
Yeah, and I think our assessor's point was that she doesn't deal with the financial transactions. That would be a question for the treasurer.
Correct.
Okay. And I guess my other question is where do you come up with that value? I mean, I got two questions. When you're doing a new build, is it typical that you guys assess something that's 50% done?
Yes. As of January 1, however complete it is, and we don't go below 50%. I mean, if it's 50%, if it's up and 50% done, then yes.
Okay, and then my other question is that, well, when I pulled a permit, the valuation on the total build was 175,000. And now you're saying that the house is worth 267,000. That's quite a jump. That's $91,000 in 2 years.
What they charge for the permit has nothing to do with what the assessor office values your property at.
Okay,
The permit is a whole different story, and that's just a cost approach. We have to use market value and we have to use sales of properties to determine our values.
okay. Okay, I guess that's all the questions I had. So how do I straighten out my taxes for the rest of the year? Do I go through you?
No, the treasurer.
Okay.
Carol Lee is the treasurer.
And so I presume, Diane, that shortly following this reassessed value will be given to the treasurer, and then she can adjust accordingly and present him with a final bill. Is that correct?
Yes, it probably won't happen till tomorrow, but yes.
But yeah, by shortly after this, I meant in geological terms.
Exactly.
Okay, I guess that's everything I had a question about, and I appreciate you guys looking into it, and I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you for calling in, sir. We
All right.
appreciate your engagement too.
Okay.
Okay, so are we done? We have one more.
We have one more.
Okay. Take it away.
This is a property on Floyd Hill, and I'm recommending denial. This is for 2021. We have it valued at 600,500, and he wants 540,000, and our sales more than justify our value of 600,000, and he even purchased it while it was it was in 16, so it was further back, and he paid 576,000. So we're not, and that was in 16. So you roll it up to 2020, and it definitely is, our value of 600,500 is pretty close on.
2,500 square foot house on Floyd Hill. Is that correct? That's what I say, 2,491.
Right, 2,500 plus finished basement is 624.
Oh,
I just crossed over David Bruce to participate in the conversation. I just wanted you all to see he's there.
Okay. Do you have anything else to add, Diane? Before we,
No, I think my comparables more than support the valuation of the property.
Okay. David, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I just have questions. I've only lived
Sure.
out here 6 years, as you can see. But how often do you do an actual valuation?
Every 2 years, odd number years.
Because in the past 4 years, my cumulative increase per year is about 0.71% of 1%. So it's not even 1%. This year, between 20 and 21, it went up 12%, or not quite 12, 11.588 to be exact. And I'm wondering why, for 4 years, I had a pretty consistent property tax bill at 28 and change to 28.90. And now I'm seeing these kind of increases over a 1 year period. Who was evaluating them before?
We've been, we use sales of properties from a specific time frame based on guidelines from the legislature. And the property values did increase quite a bit in 2021.
Okay, then maybe I need an understanding of how do you get, how does the tax levy get determined? Because I'm seeing that fluctuate, because that went up by 5.6%.
We don't look at percentages. We look at property values, and we get adjustments for our square footage and for the quality and condition and design. And
Well,
those are the issues we look at.
I understand that. I guess my question is how does the tax levy get determined? If you're not determining it, is it done through the legislator?
I
No,
can
the
take that one.
levy is the commissioners.
Well,
Some of it,
it's
not all of
it's the local governments, right? You've got
Correct.
special districts, municipalities, and counties that can charge property taxes or propose property taxes. What you might be seeing is that the school district had a mill levy increase approved for them to solve some capital challenges. If that's what you're referring to, the increase in the number of mills that you're being charged, the voters approved a mill increase for the school district.
That's what I was asking. Thank you for your response.
You're welcome.
I guess if you're going to stick with it, and I saw your comps, I don't think there was anything outrageous there. I just don't understand why for 4 years it was pretty consistent, going up at less than 0.75%, and then all of a sudden 12% in 1 year. It's just.
I think
Seems like-
sometimes it depends on the number of sales that are happening within a given area that Diane can use for comps.
Okay.
And it's not uncommon that by the time sales happen and when they happen within our cycle of reassessment also, that, you'll have a couple lucky assessment periods where you manage to stay low. And it seems like we've seen that happens fairly often. And a lot of times it's just the timing of the increases. And we were already seeing pretty good increases in the period prior to COVID. But once COVID hit, and people started working more from home, there started being a tremendous rush on people who could live in the mountains and work there. And it put a lot of pressure on real estate. And we've seen huge increases actually beginning back around 2019, but by 21, it was really picking up. And I don't say that as a realtor, just somebody who lives here too, and has watched his own assessment and valuation go up the same way.
Okay.
And at similar rates. And same, I've had the same thing happen. You might get a lucky assessment period where it doesn't go up at all. And then all of a sudden it's a game of catch up ball because a couple of 3 years comes in at once based on the timing of the sales that affect your evaluation.
Okay. Well, I don't think I have any more questions. I appreciate your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, so Randy, George, any further questions for Diane about this one? Are we ready to wrap this up?
Yeah, I move. No question for me, George. Sorry.
No.
Okay, I move we approve the assessor's recommendation for denial on case 22-33.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Diane. I know we're.
Thank you.
You're running slightly behind now. Yeah, tiny bit. So we'll turn it over to you, Julie. You've got 15 minutes.
Great. Thanks, commissioners. Greetings to you. I just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce myself. We have a new mountain office that is a satellite office of Representative Nagoose, and it's located in Frisco. It's a little tiny office, but we also have a conference room if anyone ever wants to come visit and meet here in the office. And of course, I'm always willing to take a trip down to see all of you in person once you start doing that again, whenever that time might be. And so I just wanted to give you a little bit of background about myself, and also I wanted to hear a little bit from you on what your federal priorities are, so that I am sure that that those issues are on my radar, and that I am an effective conduit of your wishes to the congressman. And I also wanted to hear a little bit from you about how I can best help you and how we can communicate effectively and work together so that the congressman can best address the needs of Clear Creek County. So a little background about me. Most recently, I was working for a national nonprofit that worked on policy related to adoption of electric vehicles and advancement of the build out of electric transportation infrastructure, charging infrastructure. And before that, I served as the director of communications for Summit County government for 7 years. And so I am very familiar with kind of the mechanics of county government, and I have lived in Summit County for more than 20 years. So I'm steeped in mountain issues, and I also had a stint as the executive assistant for the town of Frisco. So I've also kind of been on the municipal side, but in any case, so I'm very familiar with issues related to I-70 and wildfire and tourism and all of the things that affect our mountain communities. But I'm sure I still have plenty to learn about Clear Creek County and all of you and what your priorities are currently. And so, so yeah, if it's okay, I'll turn it over to you and see if you have any questions, or if you'd like to maybe kind of rattle off what's on your mind in terms of federal priorities and how we might help you.
Yeah, well, thanks for joining us. My list is very short at the moment. Randy and I are heading to Washington, D.C. tomorrow to meet with our delegation, and probably the first thing that is going to come out of our mouth is related to completion of the funding for the I-70 project to remove that very inconvenient and dangerous bottleneck at Floyd Hill, where it goes from 3 lanes to 2 lanes.
Sure.
But I'm sure Randy and George probably have a few things to add to that. Randy, you're muted.
I think that's a real important one. Again, it has been at the top of the list. We're almost over that. There was a final multimodality, what used to be called our mega grants and infra grants, were all rolled into a new, I think 3 different grant types of grants are rolled together into one portion. We were short, I think, about 240 or 260 or 260 million of the $700 million budget. And CDOT has put in for a multimodality grant, a multimodal funding grant. And one of the first questions that came out of my mouth was, why are they using multimodal funding for pavement? And I learned that that's after they've rolled some different discretionary funding for both pavement and multimodality into what we think of as multimodality, transit and stuff, and TDM into one fund. That's the name of the fund that it comes out of now. So that satisfied our questions, and we came out fully in support of that grant and wrote a letter in support of it recently. So to know that that happens would be really important. Also, something that George is on our fire authority board, and Sean's a former firefighter, so I know they care about these things. But everything we can do with funding for public lands everywhere that can help with, first of all, fire mitigation management in a more responsible way in the forest overall, as well as the funding that can come to communities and become more resilient against the inevitable, because eventually you'll have fire, whether it's good fire or bad fire. Whether we manage the forest better or not, stuff still burns, and we need our communities to be resilient and our built infrastructure to be able to withstand that. And then on a smaller item, we're just putting in for a grant to the National Scenic Byway Program associated with the renaming of S-Word Mountain to Mestahey, which has already been done officially on paper by the state and federal governments and by our government first. And then we have also in Clear Creek County approved the renaming of Mount Evans, and we believe that the state and federal government will be taking that up this year. That's their indication, is that before the end of the year, they will have taken that up and acted on it. And so we're applying for a grant for a collaboration of CDOT, the Forest Service, Jefferson, Clear Creek counties, and up to 6 or more federally recognized tribes to come together and go through a stakeholder process and an expert historical interpretation process to be able to add a more robust and lengthy history to how we depict ourselves on our public lands in our different public areas. And so I would hope that, assuming that this grant is, we'll be having that grant submitted within the next 2 days. And, at some point being able to, Sean and I will see Congressman Neguse for around 10 minutes after he meets with the large group of us in Washington. And so by that time, we will have that grant submitted and into CDOT. And we would probably, I'd be able to explain that to him in just a few minutes, and a letter of support out of your office for that grant application would be great.
Absolutely. And then the other grant, the National Scenic Byway Program, that's already submitted?
No, the grant on CDOT is already submitted for the multimodal grant on Floyd Hill. That's already been submitted.
Okay.
We'll be submitting, and I'll talk with Congressman Neguse briefly about it. I don't want to eat too much of that time, but we'll just be seeking a letter of support for that particular grant too. For the Scenic Byway grant to build new interpretive historical features, kiosks, the new signage on Mount Evans and on the highway.
I see.
And roads.
That's
and
one grant application.
the grant to
Gotcha.
facilitate all of these agencies together collaborating to create features on all their properties to
Great.
retell the history.
Excellent.
Okay,
And-
well,
I'm sorry, do you go by Randall or Randy?
Oh, I go by Randy, but
Okay.
let me rename myself right now. I don't know how to permanently do that. I always have to.
Great. Well, thanks very much for that, Randy.
A few other names too, but that's the one I prefer.
Sounds great. Thanks very much.
well, I guess I will jump in, and very great to meet you, Julie, and grateful that you want to come and listen to us. Joe Neguse's office has always been really good at being in touch with local governments in his district, and we remain grateful.
Great.
So first, I got a couple of things here. First, congressionally directed spending. You may be aware, Congressman Neguse selected our Health and Wellness Center project for congressionally directed spending in the last fiscal year. It was funded. We have gotten our application into the appropriate committee staff, I think and so just express some gratefulness there and some optimism that money will come through.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the project?
Yeah,
Just a
definitely.
snippet.
We built a collaborative care center. It houses public health, human services, primary care, and behavioral health services as it kind of coming out of the gate with capacity to expand from there. Very excited. We did not have primary care in Clear Creek County prior to that. So that's the Cliff Notes version.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Another thing that I have on mind is that I know when the American Rescue Plan passed, there was some funding that was going to go to PILT eligible counties. I believe Treasury held back the funding because the statute wasn't clear. And so that funding is still out there. I believe it's been appropriated, and there's some negotiations in the Senate around getting the clarifications that are needed for that funding to be released to counties.
Okay.
Just kind of want to elevate that to you. I bring it up to Joe every time I see him because, or Congressman Neguse, my apologies, because it's just really important to us. We had some pretty inordinate impacts associated with increased visitation during the pandemic,
Right.
and looking to recover from those. So, and happy to follow up with you on that offline. And that's directly related to another topic, which is kind of, I think, a long-standing concern of Clear Creek County and any county that has a lot of forest land, which is that we just need the Forest Service to invest more in our land. And by our, I mean, the 330 million Americans.
Right. And then when you talk about increased investments, are you referring to infrastructure, trailheads, that kind of thing, wildfire mitigation as well. Anything I'm missing there?
Yeah, recreation management, wildfire mitigation,
Yeah.
forest health.
Okay.
I think from my perspective, mitigation is really at the front of that list. We talk about mitigation, and I think the public tends to be a little bit confused about the role of the different land managers and the inability for local jurisdictions such as ourselves to do pretty much anything about the 80% plus land that's federal land. And it doesn't seem like there is much urgency in Congress to solve this problem. And when we talk to the Forest Service about it, they always give us some form of the answer, which is we only have a certain size budget, and what you're describing in terms of doing long-term mitigation has no funding.
Mhm.
And
Yes.
there's important roles for us to play locally as well, but the lion's share of the funding is going to have to come from the federal government.
Right.
Yeah. And just, the point I was making isn't, we're doing everything we can for the lands that we manage and we have influence over, but we have a partnership with the Forest Service, but it took quite a while for us to even get permission to maintain their trails with our money.
Mhm.
And you live in Summit County, so you're familiar with some pretty successful partnerships.
Yes, yeah, and I'm also familiar with the Forest Service mantra of we don't have enough funding. So, as you have, Summit County in various ways has kind of taken matters into our own hands and in terms of the funding, and partnered with the Forest Service to let us do work that we feel needs to be done here. So yes.
I saw that, and you had some good outcomes and some fires because of that work.
Yes, it was. It has been a very successful program. We, Summit County, ran a ballot measure for mill levy, and part of that went to fund a wildfire. I forget exactly what their titles were, but basically a kind of entry-level rangers who are familiar with wildfire mitigation, wildfire prevention and safety. And so we just needed more eyes on the ground. And so they patrolled the areas around trailheads and popular places where in dispersed camping, and educated people about whatever fire restrictions are in place, and then safe fire when fire is allowed, and that kind of thing. And then also assisting with various mitigation projects, as well as doing that educational piece. So yeah, it's been very successful. And it hasn't solved all the problems here, but has definitely been very helpful.
And I have one last thing that is me speaking for myself. This is not a topic that counties, local governments tend to talk about on their boards, which is industry concentration, income inequality, inflation. A lot of the things that local governments do feel like working on the symptoms of income inequality. If we're talking about housing affordability, if we're talking about behavioral health, human services, law enforcement, we're over here putting band-aids on things that the federal government can heal. And we really need the federal government to step up. During the pandemic, we know that we minted $1 billion a day, and we also watched poverty increase. And a recent report from the Boston Fed reports industry concentration increased by 50% since 2000. And this report blames a large portion of current inflation on that trend. And so whether it is a windfall tax or just a look at, there's a whole number of policy solutions out there that we need the federal government to execute.
Great, thank you.
I think.
We're running close short on our time here. Randy, George, do you have any final comments, or do you, Ms. Suter?
No, I just.
Go ahead, Randy.
I just wanted to back
first.
up what George said, that affects that level of difference in discretionary income, it does things like eat into our housing market through the ability of investment. And I don't begrudge other people their building of wealth, but it does have, especially in tourism economies like ours and Summits as an example, it has a huge impact on the availability of housing when what can be forced wealth building housing for our own residents becomes simply investment property more and more so.
Right. Yeah, that's certainly a pain point. I mean, more than a pain point. It is it's an incredible challenge. Great. And then I guess to wrap up, I can either work with Brian or any of the three of you. Certainly feel free to reach out to me at any time. Your staff has my contact information, but if you have thoughts on how you would like to see me stay in touch with you, whether it's a regular appearance at meetings or on an ad hoc basis or via email. Certainly, I'm wide open to your suggestions and desires for how we can best stay in touch and our office can best serve you. So I look forward to maintaining open lines of communication as we move forward and getting to know you more and becoming more intimately familiar with the details of the challenges that you're facing, and I look forward to doing everything we can to help.
But I have a quick question for Randy and George. Before the pandemic, we used to meet for breakfast every quarter, and that would be we being the commissioners from Eagle County, Summit County, Gilpin County, Grant County, Clear Creek, which isn't exactly Congressional District 2, but it's part of it. And I don't remember, I mean, it seems like that's been on hold. But anyway, if we're able to revive that, and I would like to revive that, I think that would be a perfect venue for you to be in front of all of us at once and be very efficient about it.
Yeah, I think it's actually more than quarterly. I think it was,
It's monthly.
We call it a commissioners and legislators breakfast. And recognizing that and we think of it normally as the state legislators, but certainly incorporated into that should be our congressional delegation representatives, at least staff being there would be helpful to have them at that breakfast and hear us as well. It's actually seldom that we've had our even state legislators show for those meetings. It's normally been county commissioners, and they've been through COVID. Our attendance fell off, as you can imagine, for breakfast. We've been doing them by Zoom still, but we would love to have your attendance.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would love to come. I think that's exactly my job description really is to attend those sorts of gatherings. So if they do resume either in person or virtually, I would 100% love to be a part of them.
Yeah, and Jill from Boulder, from Representative Goose's office, she would join us periodically, and this again was before COVID.
Sure.
Okay. Well, thanks again for being proactive and reaching out to us.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure to meet you.
A little bit. Perfect. So great. Let's move on to the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that we need to postpone that anyone wish to discuss individually? Anything from you, Peter? Okay, let me give them a quick read. Consent agenda, item number 1, consideration approval of the warrant register. Number 2, consideration of approval of resolution 22-38 to appoint members to the Clear Creek County Open Space Commission. Number 3, consideration approval of Concrete Express change order contract for the Peaks to Plains Trail. Number 4, consideration approval of resolution 22-39 ratifying the rescission the Clear Creek County Fire Ban declared on April 21st. Number 5, consideration approval of Peaks to Plains Trail, Clear Creek Greenway Canyon Phase 2 project change order number 2 to the construction management contract. Number 6, consideration approval of the award of contract to Ideal Fencing LLC for the PW 22-03 guardrail service. and authorize the county manager to execute contracts once approved. And that's it.
Move we approve the consent agenda as read.
Okay, go ahead, Randy.
Second,
Second.
yeah, right.
Perfect. I do
Sorry, and
have
I had
one.
read through it to see if I had anything taken out. I just had a text from someone who was responding.
Okay.
Timely.
I just have a quick question for Martha. Martha, could you just give us a really quick readout on those change orders and kind of what happened and if we are expecting any more change orders related to these projects?
Sure, no problem. Excuse me. And if Beth might want to pull on Parker Leafblad from Yay, but we originally planned for the project to be completed by the end of last year, and we ran into problems with the micropiles, which I think you've heard us mention before. They took longer because they were deeper. As a result, we had a change order that was just to extend the deadline. With that resulted in the need for Yay, doing them sort of backwards, for Yay to stay on and do construction management for us longer because the project took longer. So that's Yay's piece. The micropile, the one from CI, is the costs that are associated with increasing the depth. So you had more materials, more labor, et cetera, on doing the micropiles. Both change orders fall within the amount of money that we have available from the grants. So this will not exceed our project budget that we have. In addition, the project is, I want to say 95% done. All that needed to be done as things finished about the middle of April was to do seeding and to stain the concrete, and both were temperature dependent. And it's my understanding that the folks who are doing the staining should be coming sometime soon, and we'll have our final walkthrough next week. And then it's just a question of tying up, all the paperwork that needs to be done. So we do not anticipate any more change orders or costs. And part of why we're coming in, we're able to have these increases and still come in under budget is that when CI was doing their work, while they had more costs on micropiles, we had less costs in other areas. I'll take questions if anybody has any.
That's all I had. George, Randy?
No.
No, thank you. I had the same question and was going to ask it offline to save us time, but yeah, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we have motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Martha. All right, next agenda item, work session regarding House Bill 1295, local coordinating organization application support. George.
Yeah, and I think I see Sarah Casano as an attendee. She may have some stuff to add. You're certainly welcome, Sarah, to add anything you want. So I'm going to do my best to do a very brief and kind of general description of what's happening, and then answer questions. House Bill 1295 is a 400-page bill. I've not read it, all of it, but I've dug through the section about LCOs and had a lot of conversations to try to wrap my head around this, as has Sarah. So, you know what? I should probably just refer to the memo rather than try to go off of memory here. House Bill 1295 establishes these LCOs. These LCOs are going to do two things. They're going to implement universal pre-K with the school districts. And then they're going to aspirationally, once they're done with that, begin to control everything birth through 5. Our DHS does a lot with people birth through 5. CCAP, Child Protective Services. I can think of those two off the top of my head. So I think this will have a pretty big impact on our DHS down the road, and certainly on our school district. So the state released a map showing proposed catchment areas. That map put Clear Creek, Gilpin, and Jeffco into the same catchment area, which is a match of the early child care regions. That's what the state proposed, was that it'd be the same regions as the early child care regions. Jefferson County is pretty well positioned because they did their Bright Futures roadmap in 2019. That Bright Futures roadmap is a pretty good match for what LCOs will do in this legislation. They had created an organization called Bright Futures, or created a project called Bright Futures within one of these organizations that does fiscal sponsorship. And so the proposal that's in front of us is to join an LCO to support a Bright Futures application to be the LCO that serves Clear Creek County. Southern Gilpin County may join as well. Northern Gilpin County probably cannot because this can't split school districts without their consent. And that school district is probably going to submit their own application. So the proposal is that Bright Future serves as the LCO. There is an advisory board for that LCO, and we will have some representation on that. And then there will be a separate staff person that's a director for, it could be Clear Creek County, it could be the combination of Clear Creek and Gilpin. And we're aware that there's a bunch of folks in Jefferson County portion of Evergreen that maybe we would create like a mountain area service. And then there would be a separate advisory board for that as well. And this is all still pretty loose. This is kind of the bones of it with some options. Our other options, if we don't choose to support the Jefferson County or the Bright Futures application, our other options are to try to apply ourselves. I think I've heard from Brian and Sarah that doesn't seem feasible at this point. Have the school, or the school district could choose to apply. We could support their application. They're not in a position to do so either. And there's not an organization in Clear Creek County that's expressed interest. Another alternative is that we ask for no one to apply for us and have the state do it. To me, that feels like we would probably be underserved relative to what Bright Futures could do for us. And so that's kind of, let me see if I can stop there. I think the question for the board, and I don't think this needs to be a long conversation, but happy to have it, is do we wish to direct staff to approve a letter of support for this Bright Futures LCO? I'm not exactly sure when that letter of support will come out, but what they're going to ask is one letter that we sign on to. So we don't have the letter here, but I was thinking we could just if we think that this is the direction to go, just give staff approval to sign that when it's delivered. So what kind of questions? What am I missing? Brian, Sarah, am I missing anything, Peter?
I'm tracking with that. The only thing is, I don't know about approving an unwritten letter. I think asking us, giving the direction to write it, and then maybe have us look at it and send it is kind of typically how we've done it, right?
Yeah, and this is a little bit different because partially for expediency, because this application is due on the 20th. Is their preference is that they write a letter of support that they seek signatures on the same letter. And so we would have an up or down on a letter of support that they write, is what they're proposing. And I mean, just speaking for myself, well, I'll take a step back. Kate, the consultant who's going to write the letter, has expressed that it will be, general, and not have, language that would give us heartburn. And I would
Whose signatures appear at the bottom?
We could decide that. I mean, we could have them sign up for Clear Creek County. Makes more sense for me. If Clear Creek County wants to support an application for a Bright Futures application to be the LCO.
Yeah, and I don't want to belabor this. I guess I just kind of created a personal policy of never giving people permission to put my signature on something without me reading it. And so that's kind of the line that I draw, but I don't imagine that this would be an issue at all, other than the fact that I don't want anyone signing something for me that I'm not aware of. That's all.
I think there's two routes that we could take on this just to make everybody comfortable. Or, I mean, personally, I'm comfortable with I'm comfortable, and I expect to be very comfortable with the signature on the letter. I expect to not have a problem with it, even if I didn't see it. At the same time, I understand exactly where Sean's coming from. As a general principle, I don't like to just give people a rubber stamp that has my name written out on it and say, use it for whatever you need, So I get that. This is kind of somewhere in the middle. It's common that we also sign on as individual county commissioners on this. I think we could give staff instruction to sign on our behalf, knowing that it's due on the 20th and that we ought to have the opportunity individually to be communicated with by staff. And shown the letter, without violating sunshine law or anything. And a fallback position would be to use if any one of us chose not to sign the letter for some reason, I can't imagine, then we could default back to individual signatures by each commissioner without having to bring this back forward to another meeting, which we won't have before the 20th. So.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I mean-
pretty reflective. And the 20th is quite a long time from now. So I imagine this letter might take a few days or a week to draft and give each of us, adequate time to review it and give it our approval.
Yeah, we may have an opportunity to review it on the 14th. I just remembered we do have a meeting scheduled. So we could
right.
do that. The thing, I think the ask is not of an individual commissioner to sign this.
Yes, it's for the county to sign on.
Right, because the statute says it needs community support, county support. So.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like this should be very straightforward to accomplish.
Okay.
And I am favorable to leveraging our relationship with Jefferson County, the infrastructure that they've already built, rather than trying to invent it ourselves, which sounds impossible, or allow the state to do it for us, which is probably not the best solution if we have our neighbor who's already doing this and willing to partner with us.
Okay, one other thing that I should have mentioned earlier is that in my mind, we don't know the funding structure for these organizations. We don't know exactly what they're going to do, how they're going to do it. As we learn these dynamics, we may learn that we would rather have an independent LCO that serves just Clear Creek or Clear Creek and Gilpin, or and that's just something that I've expressed, that we may want that option written into the plan. And that we also would like the opportunity to speak into the Bright Futures roadmap and have some kind of addendum added to it if there's things that are specific to Clear Creek that plan doesn't cover, that kind of stuff. I just wanted you all to be aware that I'm going to continue to attend meetings, doing my best to be your representative. I had a meeting on Monday and was very clear that I had not spoken with either of you. So that's just a little bit more background for you all as far as where this looks like it's going. And I guess I'll just ask the question. Do you agree that it makes sense for us to try to put some optionality into this plan?
I'm not opposed to it. I'm also not very confident that path, we would ever go down that path, that we would feel like we had more capacity and staff time and money in the county level to invest in this than we would basically, like I said, partnering with Jeffco. But with that said, I'm not opposed to it.
Okay. All right, well then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and confirm that we approve of this plan, and that a signature on our letter is a matter of liking the language and not a matter of agreeing with the concept. And does that sound accurate? Yeah.
And again, to me, it's just a principle that, I mean, early on in my career, I let somebody sign something for me and it came back to bite me. I made myself a promise that would never happen again.
All right. Okay, well, thank you. I don't think I have anything else. Sarah, do you, Brian?
I don't have anything, George. Maybe the only thing I would add, unless I'm reading the application wrong, I think if down the road we didn't feel like this catchment area was serving Clear Creek County well, then there could be another LCO in Clear Creek. We're not forced to just have one.
Yeah, that's my take as well. And we may have an opportunity for the first 3 years. This state funds some staffing for these LCOs, and while the state's paying for it, looking at whether an independent LCO makes sense would probably be a good use of state money. So that's kind of where my head's at, to be a little more nuanced. Sarah.
I thought that was a little more blunt, but
Oh.
a little more, yeah,
Okay.
it was great, perfect.
Thanks, George, and thanks, Sarah, for your participation and joining us. It looks like we do not have another discussion until 11. And I imagine that's something that probably our tourism partners are going to be joining us. So we're probably not at liberty to start that now. Is there anything else that we need to get accomplished? Any executive sessions or anything else?
I think
From now until
we could do the executive session.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
let's do it.
Cool.
So I move the board moves into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224A and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in property located at 240 Colorado Highway 103, Idaho Springs, Colorado, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned property.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And I will send the Zoom link in 1 minute.
Okay, perfect. So the board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. And those of you on the call, this meeting will stay open and we will return before 11. See you then.
Okay. Great news, Amy.
Yeah.
Hello, Cassandra.
Hi, how are you this afternoon?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Hello. Just for everyone's information, it is 11:01 and our chair is switching offices, should be here any moment.
Hey, everyone. See, we're all here. Welcome, Cass.
Thank you.
All right, so 11 o'clock work session to discuss lodging tax reform with the Clear Creek County Tourism Bureau. Cass, do you have anybody from your board that you want us to bring over from the attendee list?
I do see Cameron Marlin in the attendees list.
There she goes.
All right, well, while Beth's doing that, George, why don't you get us started, give us a little bit of context and get this conversation started.
Okay, thanks. And Brian, let me just check with you real quick. We both were in the meeting and have been in this process. Would you like to summarize what's happened between meetings, or would you like me to?
No, go ahead. I think you can do it, given your volunteer from the board to kind of help lead the process. So.
Okay. Well, then feel free to correct or add anything that you would like to. We met with, let's see here, Brian and I and Megan met with Cass and John Sellers from the Tourism Bureau. We had as you can read in the memo and probably have, most of the meeting focused on making sure we have a shared understanding of the bill. We did some ID of stakeholders that we would want to engage. And then we had a conversation about how we would arrive at the number that the Tourism Bureau would retain and the amount that would go to something else. We did not have a conversation about what that something else would be, and because that's sort of a board conversation. How does that feel as far as a summary of the conversation that we had? Anybody want to add anything or?
I think that's pretty accurate. And we discussed how best to reach out to all the stakeholders and, what the, and then I think you kind of framed all those discussion questions at the end of the memo for the board to consider.
Yeah. So I guess we can just sort of walk through those one at a time. Just in order as there are in this document here. So the first is, what's the right amount of revenue for the Tourism Bureau to retain? We had agreed to sort of pursue two numbers. One being sort of what's the what reflects the Tourism Bureau's ability to do what it has in the past. I had proposed in 2017 during negotiations about reducing county sales tax contributions to the Tourism Bureau, $200,000 was agreed to as a sustainable amount of funding. An inflation calculator puts that at roughly 250,000 in today's dollars. Possibly that could serve as the what's the amount for the Tourism Bureau to do what it's done historically. And then we had asked the Tourism Bureau to come up with a number that is an alternative representing an aspiration to expand what they're able to do for us. And so let me just check in with you, Cass and Brian. Is that accurate? Do you have anything to add?
Just a quick correction. The agreed amount was $210,000. Back when you were referring to, George, in the past, not 200,000, it was 210,000, just as a minor correction.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing for me.
Okay, and then Cass, I know you had talked about, one of the things in the meeting was you had spent a little bit of time talking about what you have been thinking about. Had your revenues increased, how would you spend that money to do more for us? We have also in this memo, of course, is the projections. In 2020, this fund had raised 236,000, 2021, 430, projected at 473 by 2023. So we're looking at a near doubling. And so I guess I'll just ask you, Cass, I haven't heard back. Do you have a number that reflects your ability to do more for us today, or?
Well, if I may have the floor for a few minutes, I'd like to talk about the projection sheet that was issued as part of the memo with the purple grid. Unfortunately, we don't reflect the same numbers that are being portrayed in this. And I just wanted to also bring that to clarification, that the actual numbers for 19, 20, and 21 do not reflect the numbers that are listed on this projection sheet. The first one for 2019, there's a difference between 7 and 8% of what's listed, depending on if you add in or remove the 1% treasurer's fee. So our actual amount for that year was only $204,999. And for 2020, the adjusted amount is that we actually received was $230,559. And then the actual amount for 2021 we received was $387,267.50. So I just want that to be also known, that those numbers are higher, especially for 2021. The number listed here is 11.25% higher than what we received in 2021. That being said, to answer your question about, a number to discuss, I went back and did some historical data, looking at lodging tax income, and then splitting out the board share and the county share, and looking at percentages to see, what would be a decent percentage amount. And, looking at the numbers, I think versus picking a number out of the sky and saying this is the amount, as was done to us with the $210,000, that we would be beneficial to both parties to look at a percentage rate versus a hard number. I say that because it will allow us to ebb and flow with the changes in the industry. So looking at that, that's kind of helped me look back at the past, going 2017, to now. 2017 and 18 are probably some of the best numbers for us to reflect upon because they were pre-pandemic. And they also, 2018 was really at the girth of our positive momentum. And we were running 2 different grants that year, and our spend was $322,000. In 2017, our spend was $224,000. Coming off a big year in 2018 at $322,000, the following year we spent $231,000. And these numbers are extremely modest. And I say that because we internalize an incredible amount of work. And I'm not sure that this commission is aware of how much we internalize, but we work with 1 staff member and a board of volunteers, and we accomplish everything. I have a whole laundry list of things that we do, and I won't get into that right now, but so looking forward, looking at the future, looking at what we've been doing, and if we were to stay where we are, I think we'd be looking at maybe a 60-40 split, with 60% going to the county tourism office and 40% going to the county for some of these additional items you've addressed. And if we were looking at a very healthy split for us to grow and continue to keep up with the changes in the market and the inflation costs and the rise of just general increases across the board, I think we'd be looking at a 75%, 25% split. And so looking at those numbers, I have that spreadsheet if you're interested in looking at it. And I can share my screen if you'd like. But I've also included in 2024, if we were to have a loss and the tourism industry lodging income were to fall for economic reasons or for natural disasters or for lack of retention of countywide lodging tax revenues, we would still be able to ebb and flow with the times at one of those percentage breaks, whether it be 75-25 or 60-40. So I think it's easier to look at those numbers than it would be to look at a hard number, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I hear your argument, and I don't really see the logic in it. I think what makes more sense, and I don't kind of like either idea of a quote unquote fixed number, because it seems like that's assuming that nothing's going to change in the future and you're going to be stuck with some static budget based on some conversation that happened at a point in time. A percentage of the revenue honestly makes no sense to me at all, because it doesn't really tie to what your core purpose is and what services that you provide. It would kind of hold you hostage to factors completely out of your control. And my guess is that you're thinking those factors are going to be in your benefit most of the time. And I think you're probably right. So anyway, that's kind of my initial reaction to it. And I think the funding should be more tied to what your strategic plan is and what your organization hopes to accomplish in the future. Again, rather than something that's completely outside of anyone's control.
Well, and I think that, given the split, we would have to just allow for the general operations budget. That's roughly $137,000 just for operations budgeted this year. And it's ranged between well, on average, $88,000 to $91,000 prior to this year, and the additional expenses and aspirations that we have as a board to bring on some, to change our location and additional items that are in the budget. So operations alone, looking at those numbers, and then as you talk about, Sean, the actual marketing plan, if you will, and being able to grow into these multifacets. I guess, my question is also what does the tourism board look like in the future? Is it going to remain an employee of one? Are we going to have a staff of 6 or more, like, fellow counties around the state? Are we going to stay status quo? Are we going to be growing into a multi-facet organization? Are we going to have one set of projects or multiple focuses? Are we going to be looking at, general marketing, historic, heritage marketing, sustainable efforts, vocalizing events, talking about, can we remain as a free organization using tax dollars to support all tourism-related businesses? Or do we have to become membership-based? And then if we do, then we compete with all of our, the chambers and the magazines and the other organizations around the state that that's their livelihood. So it's an interesting conversation to be having and to be looking at. And ultimately, our goal is to remain the voice of Clear Creek County. And what does that look like, and what numbers can we attribute to that? And after my term here as your director ends in, let's say, another 15 years, or after the commissioners change seats several times, how do we ensure the vitality of the tourism organization for the county? What does that look like? How can we just preserve what we've worked so hard to build? Because right now it's kind of a unique situation where, myself with my, extensive background in the different business roles that I've played, I'm doing everything from, payroll to accounts receivable and payable, budgeting, graphic design, photography, planning, production, distribution, analytics, presentations, purchasing, vendor relations, market analysis. I do all of that internally. And if we were to even take 3 of those categories and outsource them, there goes, a good chunk of the budget. And, I think that should be considered also, that we are a 501c6 and, we're kind of on our own, and we don't have the same resources that the county does at our fingertips. And so we really are mindful of that. And so, our operations budget is relatively small right now, but if we were to grow and become a larger organization, some of this stuff would have to be outsourced in order to, to create those surgical solutions and the finding the right assistance, looking at data and studies and how to do the best market, research and then still answer to what the commissioners want down the road and be able to change with the times. So that's why I don't really want to pigeonhole ourselves to just a firm number. And there's a lot to discuss here today, and I appreciate your time and starting this conversation. So I'll give it to you.
I totally agree that it doesn't, I was never for a static number going forward, but I think you honestly just made a really powerful argument for not tying yourself to a formulaic formula either, with all the huge litany of unknowns that you just threw out there, Cass. I'm sorry, go ahead, George.
No, that's fine. In my mind, we have to start with a number that it's going to cost for you to operate. Because that's you start with what you're going to do, and then you figure out what it's going to cost, and from there we can look at what percentage of current revenues that is, right? And we can have there's another step about, do we want your revenues to grow proportional to the overall revenues from this fund or not? If we wanted it just to grow proportional, what we would say is, say you need $200,000 because that's a round number, or say you need a number that reflects 50% of current revenues. then the ballot language maybe says that Tourism Bureau gets 50% of the revenues into the future, right? And some future Board of County Commissioners can and will watch those revenues and make adjustments as necessary and as approved by the voters. But that's kind of my take, why we need to start with numbers. And so in terms of like, we can adjust that bottom number to include if it was 210,000. And then I think what we're looking for from you is to pitch us on an aspirational number. What's a number that's bigger than that reflects your ability to do more than you have in the past? What are you going to do with it, etc. Is kind of what's in my mind. Does that seem like a good approach, Randy, Sean, Brian?
It just occurred to me that this conversation might need a little more context for some of the people who've joined us in terms of what we're actually really talking about. And I think what we're talking about is a potential ballot language. And I don't know that I personally know what the parameters are or what is required of us from statute, if we need to specify a percentage, or if there's other ways that we can basically specify that for the voters in a way that, because I mean, my personal wish is to make it as simple as possible, but yet flexible enough where we don't have a tourism bureau that's vastly under or overfunded because of some decision we made with imperfect knowledge. So with that said, can you maybe shed a little bit of light on this, either George and or Peter?
Deferring to you, Peter. I saw you come on camera.
I can provide some additional information. So the legislature just passed about a month ago or so, and it was signed into law, House Bill 221117, I believe. And basically that expands the allowable uses for proceeds from what is basically known as lodging tax. Counties were formerly authorized to seek voter approval to levy a lodging tax for the purpose of advertising and marketing only. We have a lodging tax, and the Tourism Bureau is funded in part from that. That was created by a ballot measure. The change to the lodging tax states that now it may also be used for housing and childcare for the tourism-related workforce, and that includes seasonal workers, such as those that work for ski resorts, and for other workers in the community as well. And it also facilitates and enhances, as long as those uses also facilitate and enhance visitor experiences. The tax cannot be used for capital expenditures, except for capital expenditures relating to the same stated purposes: housing and childcare for the tourism related workforce, and facilitating and enhancing the visitor experience. So that really does give us an expansion, because now we can really utilize that for, as it's indicated, the housing and childcare, but even some capital expenditures that will, quote, facilitate and enhance the visitor experience. And so that does broaden the opportunities for us to, for example, invest in infrastructure and capital expenditures relating to our trails, our recreation, managing that, as well as using it for advertising and marketing. So that's the context of what it is. Now, just to give you a little background, also the board will need to present a new ballot measure in order to take advantage of that. The ballot measure would be on the November election. The board hasn't begun its consideration of what ballot language would look like for that, but it would be pretty standard. And the key, of course, is that it's a lodging tax. So it's a tax that's on tourists that visit or stay in Clear Creek County. It isn't, fortunately, a tax that increases on the mill levy, for example. It's not like that. It's not a sales tax. So the residents of Clear Creek County themselves won't be directly impacted by it. So it is kind of a win-win situation, and it's a benefit that the legislature has passed this.
Because if they hadn't passed this, if I'm correct, essentially we would have been compelled to direct this money only to the Tourism Bureau, because that's basically what the ballot language had authorized in the past.
Exactly, and only for advertising and marketing for the Tourism Bureau.
Okay.
So what that means, so what that means is that you're caught in this endless upward spiral that the more tourism tax the more lodging tax you collect, the more you collect, the only thing you can do is use it to advertise to continue to increase the size of that program. And the impacts, everything has negative and positive impacts, all forms of recreation in the county do, and it has, and there are negative and positive impacts for the community. And so the ability to address those impacts, there are two things I think that come out of that. The ability to kind of govern the amount of money that goes into, kind of like the governor on an engine, to keep you from going too fast, can govern the amount of money that goes into marketing in order to increase visitation. It can also go into, and by redirecting some of that money, it allows us to address those impacts through, as you mentioned, housing and daycare. And we do see effectively managing these properties and public lands and recreational systems, including everything down to timed entry and reservation systems, as enhancing visitor experience, because at some point the visitor experience is degraded by the density of people on the side of the mountain and the quality of the trails and things like that. And we see, I know at NOCO we're seeing any strategies which deal with negative impacts, whether it's overcrowding or lack of parking or erosion on a trail, as enhancing the visitor's experience as well as protecting the environment and the resource simultaneously, because they come for the beauty and they come for all of those things. And so to maintain that and to maintain that less than urban experience for them in our case is enhancing their experience. So and so sometimes it's hardening trails and infrastructure in a way that they can handle more traffic. Sometimes it could be a management system to limit the number of people that's on it and the administration of that system. It could be for trash and other kinds of facilities that go into trailheads. And it could go into affordable housing programs and as a contribution to a program, for example, as we've looked like employer-based daycare and stuff like that lately, it might go into any strategy like that we would choose, which could be the property, the physical infrastructure to create it to make it happen, or the to help underwrite those programs. And those are some of the inevitable consequences of tourism, is that it tends to, in general, for the workers, be a little lower paying jobs. And it happens because it's in a place that we enhance and make more popular. I mean, that's the purpose of it. And so it makes it a more desirable place to be. And that generally tends to drive housing costs. So with low wages and high housing costs, that's why tourism and daycare, in order to support the workforce, are justifiable impacts and uses of the funds as they come in and increase because of visitation increased.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with all. A quick question for you, George. To what degree can we benefit from the work that's already happening in other counties? Because I imagine this is a popular thing and there are other counties with much more who have access to much more resources than we do. So I like the fact that we're starting this conversation. I agree with you that we need to start with a number, but I also want to be able to take advantage of all the good work that's happening around the state that we might be able to leverage too.
Yeah, I'll answer that and then I'll pass it off to Brian because I saw that he had something to say. I am aware of Gunnison County and Summit County that are going on the ballot this year. I believe Summit County does not have a lodging tax, and I believe Gunnison County has a local marketing district that they're seeking to modify. I am in one-on-one communications with them. Just at this point, I just have the general knowledge that they're pursuing it. And Ginny Pingenot with CCI is putting together some meetings for counties who are pursuing this to share notes. Brian, what was, I saw your hand go up.
I just wanted to go back to a question you posed about 10 minutes ago that I just wanted to affirm. I thought your question about going with a percentage makes sense and starting with a number that and then settling in on a percentage, because that speaks to the language of the bill itself that says we have to commit at least 10% to marketing and advertising. So I think starting there does make sense. I just wanted to answer that question you threw out there minutes ago.
That makes sense. So let me see if I can summarize the first of 4 questions that are for our discussion today. We've got an amount that was estimated at $250,000. That needs to be adjusted because my recollection was incorrect. Cass, you're going to work on that aspirational number. Is that correct?
Well, so just to kind of go backwards again, so we're dipping into our reserves right now to be able to accommodate the plan that we have right now of $457,000. Even with the projections for 2022 at $455,000, that still doesn't cover our budget for this year. And in previous years, we've done the same thing and dipping into our budget. So as far as like a factual number, if you looked at 75% of 2022, that gives you $341,250 at a 75% cut of this year's projected funding. And so again, I think if we were to have a number today, I would say, that's a starting point for us. Let's look at that. Let's look at 75%. And then if you felt that was unfair, then let's look at 60%, right? Let's look at, and that would drive us all the way down to $273,000. And if that was the case, then that's taking us all the way back, in history to somewhere between 2017 and 18 as far as expenditure for our organization. So, 60% would be would be very difficult, but it would be manageable. And that would be that 273. But through the 341, I think we'd be able to stay on track and be able to add modestly to that. And so that would be my hope for the organization, would be a 75%, 25% split. And then if you needed a solid number to look at to start with, that would be the 341,250, which would then increase the next year to 354,900, and then increase to 425,880. And that would be able to keep us up with, the ebb and flow of the logistics out there. And then if we were to have a crash the other way in 24, then that would bring our revenues down to 177,450. And that would, but that would be for all of us, right? We would all feel that. And obviously we'd pull back on marketing, or figure out what we needed if that was the case. So if you need a solid number today, that's what I would suggest to start looking at, if that helps. And then the other thing, I heard you talk about the Colorado, some of the creative sources of funding.
Before you change topics, can we try to wrap that one up?
Sure.
Okay, great. Thank you for providing those numbers. I think, Randy, Sean, tell me if you feel like this sounds like a good process. Maybe if in our next meeting, we can give you 10 minutes to talk about what that number is and what you would do with it precisely. And that can give you some time to put together a proposal for us for what that other aspirational number would be based on your operations that you plan. Does that seem reasonable, Randy, Sean?
Yeah. And I just had one comment about those high numbers that were just being thrown out there. It seems like we're making an implicit assumption that there's never going to be grant money again, and that grant money needs to be replaced with the increased budget. Am I missing something? Because the numbers that I'm looking at in the memo in the 2017 negotiation mentions 200,000, which is 250,000 in today's dollars, not the higher numbers.
And Cass had corrected that 210.
Yeah.
Was the number anyway.
Yeah, it's still pretty close, 5% off.
If you were to take out the grants that we received this year, we'd still be looking at 397,000 for operating expenses with marketing.
And I know you built up that big reserve when you were marketing in 2020.
Right.
But anyway, I want to, and Sean, I'm sure you agree, I want to move on to the other 3 questions we have to get to here.
And before we go further, I wanted to go back to what you said, George, that there's, multi levels of creative sources of funding. There's, excise taxes, local marketing district taxes, tourism improvement district taxes, lodging fees. So there are other forms of funding to explore in talking about this. Our hope is that we can stay intact and not disperse the lodging into the municipalities and beyond, as far as just breaking apart the solid source of revenue for lodging, and that you'll be able to continue to do the things you want to do. The municipalities don't separate from this. And at the same time, we are bound by 2% lodging tax with the state under county jurisdiction for lodging tax. However, individual towns don't have a cap on that percentage. Look at Visit Denver, they have a 10.75% lodging tax that they have implemented. And then they segregate out, to benefit their tourism entity through a local marketing district of 1%, in addition to that 10.75%. So there is a lot of data. The Colorado Tourism Office has also provided a spreadsheet going over every city, every town, every county, and what their percentages are and how they're using their tax dollars. And, it's pretty impressive. We are working off this tiny budget, and to look at slashing it even more is just remarkable.
I just want to be clear. That's not an accurate statement. We are not talking about reducing your revenues.
Okay.
And so I just want to be really clear, so that everybody here is hearing the facts. We are not talking about reducing your revenues. And I'm happy we're going to continue to meet outside of BoCC. I'm happy I encourage you to the extent you see other alternatives to find revenue sources for things like housing and recreation management, et cetera. Please send them along. I want to encourage that. I also want to get to this next question on this list. And I'm sorry, I should apologize because I did interrupt you, and I apologize for that. I don't think you intended to misspeak the way that you did. And so the next question is, what's the right level of growth for the budget moving forward and the best approach? I actually think we've kind of had that conversation too. It's hard to separate the two. I think that's you just put a percentage basis into the ballot so that as it grows, the split grows. Does that?
I think that's kind of what I'm after, George, is that, by having a percentage that allows room for growth, right? Versus just keyholing us and saying, this is all you get. I feel like, I think it's forward thinking to look at it from that perspective. Yes. Thank you.
It at least needs to be allowed to grow at the rate of inflation, correct?
The only thing I don't like about that is, what if our revenues grow by 10% per year and inflation's 3%? Do we want to put this function on autopilot without even knowing what our aspirations are or what our goals are 5 years from now?
If we continue to grow at the momentum we are, I feel strongly that you're going to need more than one staff member.
I think that kind of goes down to a work plan in terms of exactly what your team hopes to accomplish to figure out how to implement it.
So I hear, thank you, Sean, because we shouldn't just run right past that. There's one approach, which is a straight percentage. You're sort of recommending that we tag it to the CPI or something to allow it to grow with inflation, which, I mean, I know we can do with math. You always hesitate to describing math in English and putting it on a ballot and hoping people vote yes can be challenging.
Yeah. And the scenario I'm worried about, or not worried about, but what if this conference center in Idaho Springs comes to pass in the next few years, and now the revenue takes a huge step function up in a similar way that it did when the microtel opened in Georgetown? What happens then?
We could adjust again then.
Yeah, I mean, what I want to avoid is mission creep that would be baked into what the solution that we create.
Mm-hmm. So Okay, well then let's put that on the agenda, Cass, for our next non-BOCC meeting. Does that sound reasonable? We can kind of talk through that. I hear two proposals. One is a straight percentage, one is to tag it to CPI. Do we hear, am I mishearing you, Sean, or are there any other approaches we might consider?
And I would be interested to hear what other counties are doing too, just because this is new for all of us and somebody may come up with something interesting that none of us would have thought of.
Yeah.
Well, I like to kind of, frame it back to the commissioners, this group of commissioners, and say, what is your vision for us as a tourism organization? I mean, I feel that there's some difference of just envision of our organization and how we work for you and for the businesses in the county. And, with growth, I think that with all the plans that are on the horizon for the county, growth is going to be inevitable. And in order to grow with it, we may not be able to form, that plan internally with our volunteer board of directors and myself to be able to think that far robustly into the future of what we're going to need financially. I mean, that's like you said, Sean, I mean, you're in finance, you understand it a lot better than I do. And, I'm looking at historical data, trying to project the future. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't see into it. I can, look at everything that's happening and say, yes, I think we're going to grow. But I can also look at, my task list and, the awesome ideas that we have coming and just, just looking at the one project alone of renaming the peak in the past that is coming, in addition to general marketing, in addition to, sustainability and educational efforts, and tell you that, I don't think I'm enough. I hope I can be, but it's a big job that is going to evolve. And I just feel like, how do you put a number on that? And how do you know for sure what you're going to do, with that, and to make sure that it's adequate. It's just tough.
Yeah.
And I'll take my best shot at it. I just want to throw that out there also.
Well, I mean, part of my thinking is maybe a little bit of a chicken and the egg, right? I mean, or maybe not quite that, but assuming we have the rapid growth that some of it's going to be very good. Some of it's going to have a lot of negative consequences. And at some point, are we diminishing the quality of life for our residents by overfunding a function to bring more people in here than we can adequately accomplish, right? And if we overfund this function, in some ways, we're attempting that to happen.
That's one of the problems that happens with it kind of tends to feed on itself. I heard at some meetings the other day, some Milco stuff and some meetings we talked about, or it was actually in a Mountain District meeting at CCI, and we listened to the idea of balancing growth, for example, in that particular area. They were talking about recreation alone, balancing the growth of recreation with increased stewardship, that you have to keep them in balance. So as you grow one, you have to grow the other, but at some point you reach a law of diminishing returns to where that the universe is full, the box in which you're fitting the growth of those two things. And the growth of one is the diminishment of the other, because you can only fit so much in there. You can only fit so many people in a place at some point without diminishing your ability. So there's the idea of creating balance with growth becomes oxymoronic in that finite context. And that's what Sean's speaking to, is that it's not like you have to keep increasing the size of the marketing to balance it with the size of the growth that you're already seeing. As as visitorship becomes greater, it doesn't imply that we're in a race to keep up with it and market even harder and harder because there's more visitorship.
No, you're correct, Manny. I think it becomes more of an educational component and redefining the principles that you're trying to teach the new people how to treat you. And I don't think it's a more and more approach as we've reframed in our strategic plan. It's, it's pivoting, it's still marketing, but it is more literature and education components and that approach towards marketing versus more. I think there's just different facets of marketing, and but I know what you're saying also.
Yeah, and I want to encourage us to get out of the general and into the specific, because we're having this conversation because the answer to the question you asked is that we want you to do something between what you've been able to do for us in the past and an aspirational goal that you can articulate to us. And that's, so the next question is, the next piece of this is stakeholder engagement. We have, we spent some time going through the different stakeholders that we have, right? And we have kind of 3 buckets of stakeholders. We've got the payers of the tax, we've got the beneficiaries of the marketing, right? And then we've got our residents. And you can see in the memo kind of a list of who we picked out, or who we thought of, not picked out, who we thought of, just brainstorming. So the question is, what's our best approach to reaching out to those stakeholders? And let me just stop right there. Is the next agenda item at 1
Oh,
p.m.?
I'm sorry. I'm wrong about that. Sorry. You're correct. But I agree with you. We probably need to spend another 10 minutes and get this conversation at a stopping point for today.
So the next item only has staff in it, so we'll be okay there.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. So in my mind, there's sort of, what am I trying to say here? It may make sense for us to do a survey aimed at our residents, trying to answer the question around what the funds should be dedicated to, as well as, whether they would like to see this happen at all. And then I think with regards to the stakeholders who, the payers of the tax and the beneficiaries of the marketing, I feel like we might want to hear from them in more of a dialogue kind of setting. Maybe we want to try to schedule a town hall or something like that. But this is all just my initial thoughts. What do you all think about the stakeholder engagement piece of this?
The
Well, I
peers
will
of the
share-
tax are not our citizens, right? Those are probably just our visitors. But I do agree with the idea of an outreach process for sure.
Yeah, and I guess I should be clear, because you're right. The payers, I mean the collectors of the tax, the remitters of the tax, the hotels. Because so thank you for that clarification.
I was just going to add that we just did the 2 stakeholder surveys and resident surveys as part of our Colorado Tourism Office, grant that we ran this year. So we have some data for you to look at, and I will say that there's a, an educational piece there also missing, in the fact that many of the residents of the county did not understand what we do as an organization. And there's a disconnect there. Our business owners, the tourism industry understand what we do. The lodging industry understands what we do, but there is a disconnect in the taxpayers, in the residents of the county, and understanding what our organization actually contributes to the county. And I think that's that also should be discussed to some degree. So I don't know if that could be part of the survey, George, to talk about, an introduction of who the tourism industry is and what we do, and how we benefit every business owner that's tourism related in the county, that we are a free to play opportunity, that everyone's equally represented, that we don't charge to be in our visitor guide, that we don't charge to be on the website, that we don't ask you to reach out to us, that we actively, survey the county to provide information on our website and in our visitor guide of what is here and what to do, and work very hard at that. And I feel like many don't understand that and don't realize that's what we do.
And I know we have our new PIO take a crack at this survey, and Megan, feel free to unmute here. It's my understanding that these surveys typically include that kind of background.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear me. The survey is pretty much done. I just wanted to go over it with you guys. I added like one question and clarified some things. But yeah, before this, you take the survey, there's like a description. And that was kind of the stopping point, was what we needed to put in the description and kind of all that kind of stuff. So I can definitely add more of that to it, because that's still, the description was the part that I was kind of stuck on, but the survey's pretty much done. It's just when you guys want me to post it out there. And then I know we had talked about the town hall, so I wanted to maybe include that too, if you, on the survey as well, so.
You know, my preference on surveys and stuff, honestly, usually is that they're done in a scientific manner. It's done randomly, you know, to create professional representative samplings. When we put them out for the public and encourage the public to engage, it's kind of like a football fan poll. Once there is a stakeholder interest that recognizes that the outcomes of the survey can have an impact on them, they can make sure that they get all their friends on the survey. And if you, and so it's kind of like the difference between having the coaches poll and the AP poll and the sports writers poll versus having a football fan poll, because on football fan polls, St. Olaf's is usually #1 in the nation every time. And Ohio State's down there about number 53 or something like that. And so I'm sort of kidding around, but I'm just stating that I hope the manner in which we do this is really reflective of what our full community thinks when we do that. And done in a way that is not, you know, that doesn't get gamed. So.
Well, one of the first questions on it, or the first question on it, is basically trying to identify what type of person is taking the survey. Is it a person that lives here? Is it a person that works here? That way we know that, hopefully, I mean, obviously, hopefully they answer truthfully, but that way we know how certain people are answering the questions.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, is when it's self-selected and we have to rely on their truthfulness to begin with. When those two things come together, then if we just post on social media, there's something over here you can go do, or however we communicate it to the public and allow people to self-select into it. And then
Are you suggesting we need a professional firm to do it for us?
I'm suggesting that there's different values to different surveys, and we have a decision to make about. I'm just pointing out something that could cause us to have that discussion.
Yeah, I thought about this one too, and this process will culminate in, you know, a poll, right? And I'm not trying to condescend, but ultimately the voters will decide whether or not this is going to happen. And so, in my mind, the things I'm curious about in the survey are like, what are the public's priorities as it relates to the use of those allowable funds? How do they rank housing next to childcare, next to recreation management, next to, you know, to help us kind of figure out that piece? Because ultimately it's going to be on November 3rd that they're going to decide whether they want to see these increased revenues result in more tourism marketing or some of these other things. And so I guess what I'm, just to try to be more concise, I'm advocating for using the Clear Creek Forum, throwing it out there, learning some good things, and not trying to interpret it as a statistically significant, like direct democracy kind of 51% said yes, so we'll do it kind of thing.
I agree with that, but I think Rennie, makes a good point in that if this survey is somewhat reflective of the voting public, the value of it will have much higher value, right? Because at least then we will be able to connect the dots between what people are likely to approve.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond that, I view it as one interesting data point. And, you know, I don't think any of us ran for office so that we could abdicate our responsibilities to help lead the county. And that's kind of the context that I would view whatever the results are.
Well, I mean, what I would advocate for is, I would advocate against trying to hire a firm to distribute a survey. I would do so for its timeline purposes. I think it'll just take us some time to get that done. And I don't think we have a ton of that time. Peter, can you help me remember, what's the deadline to get language on the ballot?
So we We just notify the clerk by the end of July, and then the actual ballot language needs to get to the clerk's office by, I believe it's September 9th, but it might be a few days before that, but that is when the board actually has to get that ballot language to them. So we would need to bring a resolution, excuse me, September 7th, September 9th, if I misspoke. The board would need to do a resolution sometime in August so that we just have enough time to get that to the clerk.
Okay, and so then for some reason, I was thinking we had to do that by late July. In that case.
Yeah, the only thing we need to do in late July is notify our clerk that we are planning to have some ballot measure on the ballot for November.
Can
But
we
do
change our
not need
mind?
to get language.
Can we change our mind before the language is done?
Yes, absolutely. We don't have to put it. We just need to give her notice that we could be doing it. And I will tell you, typically it's just in writing with a little note to the clerk saying that the Board of County Commissioners is considering a ballot measure for the November election and puts them on notice. I will tell you that sometimes we don't even send that letter, but this year we will.
Yeah, I have a quick thing to add, and then I'll see, George, if we're done with this topic, because I know we need to move on. But I know in the past we did a survey for employees, I think it was, and I had someone look at it who's very experienced in this area, and they pointed out a lot of beginner mistakes. And so I don't know to what degree our staff has experience in this particular one, but I would be happy to do the same thing this time in advance so that that person could at least have the benefit of a second set of eyes.
And so then I think the question is, since we have the time, it comes down to money. What did we just see? We saw Magellan bid around $10,000 for it wasn't statistically significant. I think it was a text message survey. What's your pleasure? Would you like for us to go seek a professional survey or distribute it?
Isn't this why we purchased Bang the Table?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
To be able to do this ourselves and to, yeah, my inclination would be not to waste. I mean, I'm not insinuating you're advising that we waste money, but if we have ways of doing this that will give us interesting data, I would rather not spend money unnecessarily.
I just have one thought, if it would be possible to add to the questionnaire something about a separate tax on, short-term rentals or just general lodging, rooms for the night or whatever, like an excise tax to help fund some of these other things without totally, dipping into the tourism budget. If that was a possibility to look at adding, an additional tax or something like that to fund these efforts, or to assist in funding these efforts that could potentially come from part of this funding and splitting of the tourism revenues. But I'm wondering if that would be something that we could consider putting to the people where it wouldn't affect them as residents. It would just affect the visitors coming to town to pay, $2 a day, let's say, as additional excise tax to help fund these needs for the county.
Yeah, I think you're getting ahead of things.
Okay.
What'd you say, George?
I'm not aware of any options like that the county has access to. I know municipalities have.
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves by suggesting that that's even possible. Exactly. Yeah. All right, George, what do you got left? We got to move on.
Okay, so the survey, we're gonna put a survey on Bang the Table. Probably appropriate. I mean, well, just so you all know, I'll probably ask Megan to see it before it gets published. You might do the same.
I think we should probably have another meeting before we hit the go live button.
Before you
the internal meeting.
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
And then the reason I stated that is because Randy, Sean, if you all want to look at the survey,
yeah,
you might.
I definitely would like to have us have the opportunity to have both input into it and better understand it before it's done and be able to comment on it. And with regard to the kind of things we're talking about, both methodology and what we're seeking to learn.
Okay, so then Megan, if you'll send that to us, maybe we'll just provide some comments directly to you individually.
Yeah, that works.
Thank
I can
you.
do that.
And then the other thing, what do you guys think about like
I think, George, I think we need to meet first. You, myself, Megan, Cass, finalize what we think is a survey and then send it to the board.
That works.
Randy, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I'm just, but the consequences of getting too far down the road with something, that's fine. Yeah. What I asked for was design a survey, and then I'd like to see it and have input into it at a point when it can change as a result of that input if necessary.
Okay, great. So then the next piece is, in my mind, I had thought maybe a town hall where we invite businesses to just kind of come and speak openly about it. Does that seem like something that we need? I know, like, for my own mind, I'd be looking to hear, just gain factual information from the businesses to help this decision. I think it's our constituents that we're looking to kind of understand their values in terms of whether we want, in terms of how much, for example, the cost of housing matters to us as a community. What the businesses can help us understand is what are their most acute needs? Is it more customers? Is it more housing for staff? Is it childcare for staff? Kind of that technical stuff is kind of the way I was thinking about it. I'm sorry, I'm kind of rambling. So what do you think about a town hall? Is that necessary? Is it unnecessary? Is there some other mechanism?
My only quick comment on town halls is they tend to bring out the true believers, the like 1% of our population who knows about everything and it has very strong opinions. So maybe we're not advertising them correctly or doing them at the right venues or in the right way. But usually when we do a town hall, I recognize almost every single person there. And I would rather see something that has a little bit more diversity.
I think it's more of I think that it functions more as an opportunity for us to have shown that we did due diligence, but I think they're kind of like those self-selecting polls I was talking about a little while ago. The person whose oxen are most likely to be gored are the ones who show up. And that can be coming from either side of it, but it tends to reveal the edges of the thinking as much as, or the strongest opinions, as opposed to a really broad spectrum of opinion.
Yes.
Yeah.
But fine with doing it if somebody could, because we've done that on other issues where we felt like it was our duty to hold that public meeting and hear that public comment. So I don't object to it. I'm just.
Yeah, I don't either. I just have historically seen the actual value of being informed by them as being somewhat limited.
Cameron asked a good question in the chat. Can we use bang the table and then specifically target business community? And the answer to that question is yes. We can do a targeted survey towards the business community.
Maybe
how many people are on Bang the Table right now?
Can Amy answer that question?
We don't have a large subscriber list at this point, but we do have the ability to distribute surveys broadly and not require subscription to participate in the survey. And we also have the ability to identify a type of respondent and then create little forks in the road, right? So business owners could be sent on one set of questions in a survey design, and non-business owners could be presented with another set of questions in a single survey and be able to have a different experience, so that they could, be treated as different audiences in one survey. So that would be one way to do what Cameron was sort of getting at, I imagine, with her question. But we can also target the way we promote and present any and all questions that we could put in a single survey, a series of surveys, a variety of ways to target business owners through using the forum.
Yeah, so not to go down a deep rabbit hole, but now that Megan is here, maybe Brian, at some point, we could try and figure out a way of bolstering the membership of Bang the Table, because it's really never going to be a useful tool until it has a community who uses it.
Definitely.
Yeah, 100%.
So I don't know. I mean, Megan, I guess I'm curious to hear your thoughts, but I could be convinced that we just do a survey and we, we send a survey to the business community, we send a survey to individuals, and then we see the results instead of doing a town hall.
I think that's a good way to reach more people. People are obviously a lot more vocal behind a computer screen, for good or for bad. And from my understanding, if they have the link and we just got back on Nextdoor, and Brian was at a conference and I think he said 36% of Clear Creek's residents are on Nextdoor. So just not only on social media, but also posting on there, just like blasting that link out there, the more people that could possibly get on there and then come back if they feel that they made their voice heard. I definitely think that's a good way to getting out there and hearing what people think. I mean, you could even do like a QR code and post it like on like a cork board out in the lobby when somebody's waiting to get their driver's license. I don't know, those are just things off the top of my head.
There's also nothing stopping us from doing a survey and then deciding we didn't get enough input. Let's do the town hall in July.
Sure, yeah.
And my 2 cents is a town hall can be better when there's a more robust set of material for them to respond to, rather than as a tool to get feedback from people. That presenting, say, this is our program, this is our proposal, this is, when you have something that's a little bit more baked, and to present that for people to respond to, rather than just sort of to be like, hey, what do you think, town hall people? And that a town hall is better when you have a little bit more to present. And so it may be a little early in the process for a town hall.
Okay, so George, we really do have to finish this conversation. What's left before we can move on?
The last thing on my mind is, do we want to try to put together a meeting with our municipalities?
I think it would make sense to kind of, to Amy's point, to have a straw man together before we just invite them into the dialogue, i.e. come up with what we think is some good parameters to get their engagement with, but that's just my thought.
And my thought is that I think the steps going forward, I think if we see the town hall, those other meetings might be the same. I think what we might do is craft a survey, examine the survey before it goes out, and then run the survey, and then see what the results are and how much value we think we got out of it, and regroup at that point, and then decide what's best to take. Decide if we need to do more surveying, or decide if we need to hold a town hall, or decide what the next step is at that moment when we see the results of the survey.
Okay, I can go with that. Sean, I'm done. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, George. Thanks, Cass.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for getting on it. Thanks for coming in, Cass.
One additional question I have, are you having any interest in seeing the spreadsheet from the state as far as what towns, municipalities are doing? And if they have hired a representative to speak specifically to this and talk about creative funding, that might be a possibility of something you might want to pursue also, if you're interested.
I'd be most interested in seeing ones that were our size and our financial scale. I don't know that someone like the city of Denver has much relevance for us, but other than that, absolutely.
And that's a different topic that was brought up earlier that George brought up. We're happy to see other ideas for raising funds in a financially strapped county for all of these purposes. Right now, we're on the subject of this one fund.
Okay, thank you. I'll make sure to get that to you.
Okay, thanks. All right, so we have one last agenda item, which we are 20 whatever minutes overdue. Consideration approval of Clear Creek County Recreation in the Outdoors Management Plan, Phase 1, GoCo funded project awarded $100K. Amy.
Thanks. So yeah, this is the contract and scope of work is that I'm looking for your support on, so that we can finalize getting this thing buttoned up and signed by the consultant and yourself, so we can move forward. My hope is that this scope of work that's included here is adequate for your to provide you with enough of a framework for what we're talking about here with this with this consultant group. Once we get this signed, we would then come back to you with a work session that outlined a little bit more detail on how we envision this project going forward, what the timeline would be, what the milestones would be for particularly BoCC participation, what the roles of you as individuals would be, and just how we are going to be gathering input, what the different stages and phases are of the project, and how we're going to make this work. At this point, we're focused sort of a little bit on general process and outcomes in the scope of work. And when we get them on board, we would put that into more of a timeline where you would be able to understand it with more detail, so you could see what your roles would be in more detail. But the intent of today's session is not to present you with that detail, but just to give you an overview on what the consultants have presented to us, where we have worked with them, and hopefully get your support on proceeding with this contract so we could come back to you and keep going on this important project.
Well, I read through it, and I think the next step is to step forward with a consultant and let them start to wrap their heads and arms around it. I've read through the scope of work. I think it's like other things. It's like we were talking just in the last conversation. It's the same as that one. The value we get out of it will be equal to the value we put into it, and the objectivity that we put into it. And at the end of the day, it'll be information from which we can learn in order to, really help create policies as we go forward as both as a team working on the ROMP and as a very active BoCC. And so as far as I'm concerned, what I saw, I'm fine with moving forward. I think it's something we've been talking about for a lot of years, and it's movement.
Yeah.
My only comment is I think this looks like a great plan. It's in keeping with what we've discussed. It's a little bit light on something that I think this board needs to think carefully about, which is commissioner engagement. We need to think about whether we want one commissioner to have more access than the others, or whether we want to do a more egalitarian approach. I know we learned some things in the housing study where we assigned me to it, and then it got a little awkward. And so that's something sort of that I don't think we have to talk about today, but is on my mind for us to talk about and have some agreements on going in amongst ourselves.
Same as lodging tax, same as that, right?
How about I add this to my one-on-one meetings with the three of you and we have a conversation about it before we get back to that work session?
Yeah, I'm generally not in favor of any of us taking staff roles. And I think you can, and what that really means is having the opportunity for each of us to be consulted and kept up to speed one-on-one in a legal non-sunshine violating manner, so that we don't end up in the situation like, for example, George mentioned, where there was a surprise that happened because two of us were out of the loop. And that's not a comment that was intentional, but I do think that that's what we're seeking to avoid.
Yeah, I think both one-on-one opportunities as well as the frequency that we come back to you in these kinds of meetings where we update you and give you opportunity to provide feedback on things that are happening, those kinds of things.
For the record, my comment about an active BoCC is because I'm aware that all three of us have an extreme interest in this. And when we develop policy, we have had experiences in the past where the commission has waited to become informed by a path that staff has gone down and has either found that staff did not acknowledge the previous discussions with the BoCC or was unaware of them and brought back work that ended up being non-productive and was a waste of staff's time because we didn't have enough engagement throughout the process. And that's So I'm speaking less about, for example, my involvement with NOCO and my frequently stated interest in having that impact, having the kind of thinking that's going on there impact the ROMP. And having seen previous meetings and efforts to talk about recreation management here and seeing the kinds of stuff happen at those meetings, exactly like I was describing a while ago, where a special interest group tries to gain control of the process. And I know that I have full confidence that our staff's intent will be to avoid that. But I also know that engagement by active citizens who seek to stake their claim to something is, can have its impact on the outcome of stuff like this. And so keeping a close eye on it is very important to me. And it doesn't mean that I have any problem with sharing that equally with my other commissioners, but I just think we need to stay pretty close to it because it's a big deal.
Yeah, I think this is a rich topic for the continuation of our retreat. So my suggestion would be let's stop this conversation here and take it up in that context.
Sure.
Anything
You're on
else?
mute, George, you're on mute.
Yeah, I just have one other comment on this plan. I'm looking through it. There are two different engagement groups. One was like a technical panel. The other one was a community panel. I know I'm not getting the titles right. I have a strong preference that we acknowledge lived experience as a version of expertise and make sure we have lived experience on the technical panel, even in knowing that that's going to be a community member and that there's a panel for community members as well. Just kind of wanted to put that out there.
What does that mean in this context?
It means having some members of the community on that technical panel who have lived experience related to the tourism, or just not tourism, outdoor recreation.
Okay, so like potentially somebody who works in the industry or who houses next to a resource or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Thanks,
Anything
Ron.
else, Amy?
No, that's it. Just looking to get your go ahead that the county will sign off on this contract so we can get it signed, sealed, and delivered.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. I know you're doing a lot of hard work on it, and I think that our selection of the contractor is a really excellent and appropriate one. They do really good work, and I'm glad they made the cut. And so I think it's going to be, so I just want to say I have a lot of hopefulness for this project to go farther than those that have come before it have done. And I appreciate your work on it, Amy, and pulling this together and getting the grant.
And I think this is an action item, so is that the case? So I believe it needs a motion.
It does.
I was just looking through, is it the improvement? Is it the agreement that you need?
Yeah, we're approving the agreement.
Okay, I move we approve the agreement for professional services for facilitation and project management services with the Keystone Policy Center.
Second.
I'm looking at the agreement itself, and someone needs to run spell check on it. But other than that, I'm also good with this. So we have a motion and we have a second. Yeah, if you look at the whereas, the first whereas, it says to hire a professional, and then the word facilitator is not spelled correctly.
All right.
Yeah. So anyway, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thanks so much, Amy.
Look at that, we're on time almost. Amazing.
2 minutes. Okay, do we have anything, Peter or Brian, to discuss further? Or is it safe to break until 1 o'clock?
I think we're safe to break.
All right, perfect. I'll see everyone at 1.
Thanks.
Go ahead. Now that it has to have the microphone
right.
unmuted. And so
So if I
now,
speak, will it come Zoom to me? Hello, testing. Zuma, Zuma, Zuma.
Like it's zooming to me.
okay. Well,
I'm effectively being zoomed at.
see, it zoomed back out, right? A second ago, something
It's
like
not
that.
zooming in far enough.
I see it. I can see I'm a movie star by looking into the feed into the. You've got me on a giant screen there. It's embarrassing.
Should we do multi-streams?
Turn your mic, your camera.
No, it's
Zooming in
moving
on Brian's head.
Oh. How close did it? Oh, see, there you got the zoom part. So let's switch to the other camera then. If that's the. Okay, try to test now. Again, Amy.
Testing,
Oh, wait.
testing.
Oh, stop moving because it keeps trying to follow me.
Hello, camera. Speaking. But why is it still? I guess it doesn't really matter, but.
It's gonna follow me. Trying to follow me.
Camera, testing, Zoom.
So did it split the screen? That's what it did.
We want it to be on a grid view, right? Not the view that.
Oh. Okay. Like that?
Yeah, that was working.
No.
No?
Oh.
It's close up of Amy.
Yeah, but it's like Alice in Wonderland. It's like a picture inside a picture inside a picture inside a picture.
That's why we've reached out to the Zoom representatives to see if we
Oh,
can
it's
make.
sides.
Okay. Jessica Micklebust. Yeah, okay. She's coming over. There's Sean's back on. I can't see my people anymore.
Hi, everyone. We will be getting started here in a couple minutes.
We got Todd Cottrell. Yep. I just lost him. All kinds of people coming on at once.
Hey, Amy, can you see
Steve
my screen?
I think he can just observe.
Ron Rutzel. I don't.
You see that?
I got Jeff Hampton. Kim Kennison.
Can bring CDOT people over, I suppose. And we are off mute, right? Can folks hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Crossing some folks over. Don't. I'm thinking some people are not watching, so they're not seeing my invite to cross over. Hello, sir.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
Good.
Come sit up front where we can see you on the camera.
Oh, okay, thank you very
Come
much.
sit next to Amy or something. I'm crossing people over as I see them. All right.
Joanne, maybe you can zoom in that agenda just a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to see you in person. I just up here paying second half taxes. So I thought, well, good, I'll come in person for a change.
Do you need any note paper or pen or?
Oh, I'm real good. I got a couple pens and hey, I wanted to say I appreciate your leadership on that fiber optic, you know, trying to get some high speed here in the county and the city and
I'm hustling it. I'm trying.
I know you are.
Like
And
if
I think your timing is excellent.
I'm like, if the road's open, let's drop it in there.
That's exactly right.
So. Amy, I got a guy, Jacob Riker.
Yep.
Here. Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good to see you.
So Sean, are you on?
I am.
Why can we not hear him? I can't hear Sean. Ruh-roh.
I heard him okay. Sean, do you mind trying again?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay? Beth?
Yep.
I hear Sean.
Okay, cool. So, Amy, Beth, are we ready to get started?
Yes. I think we are. Joanne, does it look like everybody we need from your end is here?
Joanne, do we see Commissioner Vasquez? Could we confirm that? I think we may be missing Commissioner Vasquez.
Is it Barbara?
Barbara, yeah.
She's not on yet.
We have not seen her yet.
Do I see Brian there? I'm scanning the screen quickly. I see his name.
Thinking I was on a Zoom call with you.
Sure.
Chuck Harmon. It's a real pleasure to see
Hi,
you.
nice to meet you. Sorry, I'm stuffing my face with animal crackers. Nice to meet you.
But it sounds like we're waiting for Barbara, or that Barbara's not here yet, but I think we probably can get going. Joanne Mattson, if that's all right with you.
I'm sure. Jordan, are you going to say a few things up front?
Well, I think Sean will get us started again and call the meeting back to order, and then we'll hand it over to you guys to run us through your agenda.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Amy. Yeah, we're here at just after 1 o'clock. Our next session is a work session to discuss the 4P meeting and the CDOT 10-year plan. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Amy. If you want to do introductions, go ahead. Otherwise, I know we have a lot of people here and a lot of material to cover, so you can take it away.
Yeah, I'll just briefly just say we are here with some representatives from CDOT and from Dr. Cog, who will be visiting with us about their 4P planning process. There's a lot of keywords that the 4P process stands for, and they will tell us about that. We also, from Clear Creek County, will be sharing with them some material that we have prepared over the last several weeks. And so it'll be a little bit of a two-way presentation with material that I will share on behalf of Clear Creek County, and we'll hear from both CDOT and Dr. Cog about their planning process and some big picture information. So, but they have prepared this agenda, and I will hand it over to CDOT to walk us through. Will that start with you, Jessica?
I see Commissioner Vasquez and Jessica.
I think Jessica.
Sorry about that.
Trying to.
I'm here. Can you hear me? This is Jessica Mickelbus.
Yep, we got ya.
Okay. Did we identify Commissioner Vasquez? Is she with us, or should we let her say a few words? Maybe we'll catch her when she joins.
Yeah, she's not here yet.
Doesn't look like she is here yet, Jessica. We're keeping. Can you hear us?
I'm breaking up, which is probably me. Jordan, are you? Yes. Give me 1 second. I'll join back on my phone.
Amy, can you see the attendees? Do you see anybody I should be crossing over?
I'll take a look.
Somebody's chatting.
I did.
Oh.
Apologies for the technical difficulties. We were going to do a quick introduction, but if you don't mind, we'll just wait for Jessica to get back and switch over to her phone.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes. Can you see me?
Yes.
Great. I can't see you, so I hope that I'm not too close or too far.
No, that's all right. You look fine.
My internet was great all day, and then all of a sudden, I don't know what it's doing. It's just because we have this meeting, but it's so great to see all of you today. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us for our 4P meeting. And I think we'll get started, but Joanne, let's see, all I see is the agenda. Aha, excellent. Thank you so much. So for those who aren't sure, the 4P, the project priority programming process, and don't worry, I always get the words mixed up, but essentially we've been here a while ago. It was 2019, or 2017, sorry, the last time that we met. And so it's been several years. And so today what we're hoping to do is set kind of the goals. You can go to the next slide. The goals of why we're going to meet today, really just hear and gain a common understanding of transportation priorities with CDOT, the region, RTD, and Dr. Cog, and just kind of talk about, what our available resources are for projects. I think the great news is that at least with Clear Creek County, we have a great partnership and relationship with you all. We talk on a regular basis. And so we're all hopefully very well aware of some of the project priorities that we have together, but excited to chat with you all today. So we're going to talk about CDOT's 10-year plan, and we'll discuss, where CDOT is in the 10-year plan process. How are we working through the prioritization of our projects? We will review some accomplishments that we've had together, because we always want to take a minute and celebrate the great work that we do together. We'll discuss some of the development trends that you're having in your community and in your county, and potential impacts that those may have on the transportation system. And then we'll have some opportunities to talk about both the local and the regional priorities. I know you all have a really fantastic slide deck to share with us as well. Next slide. So first I'm going to dive into the 10-year plan. And since I'm on my phone, I'm going to zoom in my slides. All right, so why are we updating the 10-year plan? So CDOT met with all 8 counties in the summer of 2019, and I think earlier I said 17, so I'll correct myself. And we developed the original 10-year plan, and that was based on a lot of involvement and engagement with our community partners. We listened to all of you, and then we collectively came back and we compiled the 10-year plan. So since that time, we have a new revenue source. Senate Bill 260 was passed and really has been a tremendous catapult in our ability to deliver, particularly in Region 1, some of our larger projects. And then the new federal infrastructure bill, the IIJA or the BIL, brings a lot of transportation dollars to the state. We're still uncovering exactly how those are worked through the use of enterprises and grants and some other means, but it is a sustainable funding source for transportation that we have not had in a while. Parallel to all these efforts, I believe you are familiar with our greenhouse gas rulemaking. I'm not going to dive into that deeply today. We have a lot of information on our website, and Transportation Commission has been working diligently, as well as Rebecca White's team, to pass the new greenhouse gas planning rule, which really changes and adjusts the way that we look at prioritizing transportation projects. So parallel to us updating the 10-year plan, we have the greenhouse gas rulemaking that is occurring, and we are looking at the modeling process of the projects in the plan. And so we're also going to talk about our progress delivering the first 4 years of the plan. Our commitment was to deliver that full plan, and we're going to talk about that today and highlight some of our accomplishments and how we're kind of moving into the next years of the plan. Next. All right. All right, in updating our 10-year plan, this is a statewide slide, and then we'll dive into the Region 1 specifics. But as I mentioned, the first 4 years essentially were fiscal years 19 to 22. We're still in calendar year 22. So you'll see on a few of the Region 1 slides, we're keeping that second half of 22 in what we're calling kind of our new years 1 through 4. But really with the new update, we're closing out that initial years 19 through 22. So it's the statewide number for fiscal year 22 is about $380 million. That's statewide, and that includes a 10% minimum to transit. What we're looking at doing is building out the next 4 years of our 10-year plan, which are fiscal years 23 to 26. As I mentioned for Region 1, you'll see that we're still capturing a little bit of 22 when we talk about our next 4 years. So the terminology gets a little bit confusing. The old 4 years are wrapped up. We have a new years 1 through 4, and then in the new 27 plus the next. So on that bullet, for fiscal years 23 to 26, again, this is statewide, we're looking at about $325 million per year on average, and that includes the 10% minimum to transit. So over that time frame, it's about $1.3 billion in total in strategic funding. Again, that's statewide. Down at the bottom, you can see the little hashtag arrow that indicates how does Region 1, how do we fare kind of in that share of the money? And we usually anticipate 34.23% of that total 325 million. So as I step through the next slides, we'll dive into the region specifics, and those are the numbers we'll be working with, the 34% of that 325 million. In the orange box there, just want to bring your attention to that. Those are some of the strategic funding assumptions that we have that we're working with as we plan out our next years for the 10-year plan. So we have our Senate Bill 267 and we have our Senate Bill 260. We've got the IIJA, which there's several programs listed there under the IIJA. And then we have our funding sources that we have for bridges and some other flexible funding sources. Next.
Jessica, quick question. Can you help me have a frame of reference? How does that compare to the revenues you've had to work with in the past, like in 2019 or 2018?
You mean for the, like, how much are we getting per year?
Yeah.
The Senate Bill 267 definitely gives us the ability to plan higher, the $267 more than we've had. But I think it came out a couple years ago, and Jordan, maybe you have on the top of your head. I focus on the future numbers, which are exciting, but the past, how much we were getting about per year. I know we're sitting future about 135, 125 million. I don't have those tables up in front of me. and he may not either. So give us a moment and we will let you know.
Hi, Jessica. I can respond quickly on that.
Thanks.
From a planning perspective, our 10-year plan formerly was maybe a little bit higher dollar amount assumed revenues. But in terms of our realistic funding that is coming in year to year, these revenues are generally about the same, maybe slightly less, but generally about the same.
Okay. It looks like Commissioner Vasquez says she's stuck in the waiting room. Can we just check and see if we could let her in, please?
We are working on that. I think if.
Does she have a different name?
We think she might be listed as Metzger B. We're having trouble identifying what her screen name is because we don't see anybody by her name.
Okay, is there
So
someone?
We've
Okay.
just brought over Metzger B.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's actually her or not.
No, that's me. That's Brian.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
She under a different name. I mean, there's some other names I don't recognize, but I don't know if she's using.
We are not finding her.
Okay.
Barbara, I don't know if you can chat and maybe help us identify your name.
Well, Jordan, it says she's waiting to be let into the Google Meets. So can you maybe check the invite?
Oh, yeah, she's in there.
So she has, she must have the wrong link because this is obviously a Zoom invite.
Correct. And I don't think there's a Google link even on it. So.
Sometimes when you send out Google Zoom invites, they'll send an alternate Google Meets link. I've seen that happen with mine. So I would ask her to just look back at the same invitation and see if there's a Zoom link on it.
Okay, Jordan, I'm just sending you her email address. I'm going to keep moving forward. If we could get someone on our team to maybe help get her in, that would be fantastic. All right, next slide. Thank you, Joanne. All right, so here's the dollar amounts that we're looking, again, this is region 1. So we've taken that kind of larger number that the state will get, that CDOT as a state will get. We've broken it down by region 1 into those numbers based on that 34.23%. So as you're looking at this table, and I know it's hard with financial tables on screens, but as you're stepping through, you'll see fiscal years 22. Again, we're capturing that in our new years 1 through 4 because we're still we have some of that space left. So it's about 120 million in fiscal years 22, and then it holds steady at about 100.122750 for fiscal years 23, 24, 25, and 26. So the total amount of funding that Region 1 is working with as we lay out our new years of the plan is about $520.8 million between fiscal years 23 and 26, with that little bit of 22 carrying over. As we're looking at 10% minimum going to transit, we've got a similar, so you can see how much will go to transit in fiscal year 22, we've got 16.8, and it goes down slightly. Fiscal year 23, 11.1 to 4750, and that number carries through consistently years 23 to 26 to total for transit in region 1, $61.3 million. So our total anticipated strategic funding for years 22 to 26, highway with transit together, is about $582.2 million. And again, these funding values can fluctuate, but this is what we're using for planning purposes. Next. All right, so as we're looking at this table, this is our original year 1 through 4 projects. So again, our commitment was to wrap up those projects. And so this table is showing you which projects have where the strategic funding commitment is completed in the plan. So on the left-hand column, you'll see check marks next to a large array of a variety of projects, which is a really diverse portfolio for the region on projects where that strategic funding commitment has been fulfilled. On the right side, you'll notice some projects that have 6 green arrows, and you'll follow those green arrows with me from this slide as we move forward. But these are projects that were originally in the years 1 through 4, and they're coming along with us on the journey into the new years 1 through 4, 22 to 26. So we've got I-70 West Floyd Hill, you're all very familiar with, I-270 improvements, I-70 busting, Pegasus parking ride, which we unveiled last week, Bustang fleet purchases, Castle Rock Mobility Hub, and Bustang heavy maintenance fixes. So as we follow those 6 green arrows, you'll see them as we start to talk about our new years 1 through 4. Next. All right. So this is our new year's fiscal years 22 to 26. So there are 2 of the 6 green arrows. That's because this particular slide is talking about our non-transit. Although we strive to make all of our projects multimodal friendly, there are a lot of transit dollars that are specific to the rolling stock and the buses that Amber's team will talk about. So 2 of those I-70 West Floyd Hill are coming with us, I-270 improvements and congestion relief coming with us. And then the ones below that, the EJMT repairs and maintenance, I think this group in particular is intimately familiar with the challenges of the maintenance and upkeep of the Eisenhower Tunnel. So the repairs are moving into our New Year's 1 through 4. The starred projects below are projects that were in the prior years 5 through 10, but they're moving with us into that priority years 1 through 4. How did these projects get to make that shift? How did we make that decision? So a little bit of transparency there. These are projects that keep me up at night. These are mostly bridge projects, except for the Vision Zero on the bottom, but we have got some bridge challenges in Region 1. We have regular holes in our decks, our bridge backlog for maintenance and upkeep and state of good repair is a challenge, to say the least, to be proactive and get ahead of it. Right now, we are functioning in a little bit of a reactive place where the hole arrives, we go and fix it. Prioritizing some of these structures really allows us to move into that space of being proactive in managing our infrastructure. So that's why these projects are here. 23rd and Spear Bridges on I-25, some of the lowest clearance structures along I-25 for like 1,000 miles. I-25 north between 84th and 104th, we've got a structure challenge there as well as severe congestion. We're looking at some design options there. US 6th and Wadsworth, we just submitted a RAISE grant for replacement of that interchange. And then Vision Zero, we're working on prioritizing and detailing out what those projects look like. And then the other columns call out some of the funding sources that we're looking at, our strategic funding to move forward with these projects. Next. All right. And Amber, are you on to chat with us about the transit priorities? Here are the 4 other green arrows.
Excellent. Thank you, Jessica, and good afternoon, everyone. So we have 5 transit projects in the 10-year plan transit projects for FY22 through 26. The first one on the list here is the Castle Rock Mobility Hub. I believe, as many of you know, there was a TIP amendment for an additional $300,000 last year to move forward some additional planning on that project. The strategic funding coming through 22 through 26 is the 13.2 approximately million for that project. We have the Bustang heavy maintenance facility. So far, there's been $500,000 awarded through that, and we're looking for another $4 million in this funding in the next 4 years of the plan. This will house and provide storage and maintenance area for our Bustang fleet, which, as you know, we are expanding our Bustang services, so this becomes really a key priority for us. The Bustang fleet purchases, as we've moved forward with the Transportation Commission in finding a dedicated funding source for ongoing operational expenditures for statewide transit, including Bustang and the family of services, as well as the operations and maintenance for the mobility hubs, we will be including the fleet purchases for Bustang expansion and replacement in the 10-year plan. So that's what this line item is. It's 2 buses to be replaced or expanded for the Bustang service. We have the I-70 West Floyd Hill Bustang Pegasus Park and Rides. These will be expanded and improved park and rides for the Pegasus service in the I-70 corridor. So far, there's been $2 million funded for this, and we have identified an additional $3 million to move that forward to ensure that we can provide the best service possible at the critical locations along I-70 for Pegasus. And then the one with the star is really exciting, but it's the region-wide arterial study for BRT and transit improvements. And if you look at the strategic funding for the next 4 years of the plan, we're looking at $40 million plus $30 million. This is a highway and transit multimodal project, and that will be phased throughout the next 4 years. And we're working with numerous divisions, RTD in Region 1, the Region 1 stop, as well as Nathan Lindquist on that project. So it's a multidisciplinary, multi-group project to ensure that we can continue moving that forward. And those are our transit projects.
Thanks, Amber.
Thank you.
Next slide.
Are you seeing it?
It still for me says 10-year. There we go. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Joanne. So what we've got on this slide here, we've talked about our new years 1 through 4, the 22 to 26. This slide is looking at our existing out year projects, fiscal years. We're calling it 27 plus. We are, with the escalation rates and things that are going on right now, we're hoping that we can accomplish all of this within 10 years, but it is the 27 plus slide. So what you see here are the projects that have been in the plan. We did not add currently any new projects to this particular element of the plan in our new years 5 through 10. These are all things that have been living in the plan. That doesn't mean they're sitting idle with no action happening. For example, I-70 and Kipling interchange has some active design occurring on it. So that should something in the earlier years 1 through 4 shift, we have projects ready to go. The same is true for US 285 corridor, the Kings Valley grade separation. We're moving that forward into final design and really trying to be judicious with our time so that we can keep the costs for some of these projects accurate with the current market and make sure that we're ready to pivot should additional funding come down the pipeline or other project priorities from the years 1 through 4 shift or have a challenge and can't meet their timeframes. So you won't see anything new here that was not on our original list, but you will see some things that just are going to take a longer time to build and will be probably in those outer years. You will see a few items here that have little tiny asterisks, I-270 improvements, I-25 North between 84th and 104th, and the arterial BRT that Amber was just talking about. And so these are carrying over from the years 1 through 4, also into years 5 through 10. We won't be able to most likely accomplish them in that first years 1 through 4. So they'll spend some time with us in our years 5 through 10 as well. And I believe, Joanne, that is the last slide for CDOT. All right, and I wanted to just wrap back around. I think we're trying to get Commissioner Vasquez in the room, but Jordan, did you find some information on our prior planning numbers before we turn it over to Clear Creek County?
Nothing more to add right now. Thank you.
Okay,
I have a question back on slide 9, back 2 slides from where we are. You mentioned you were talking about Mustang fleet purchases in here, and I'm sorry if I missed it, but the I-70 Mustang Pegasus fleet purchases, I believe Senate Bill 180 was working at somewhere between about $20 and $30 million worth of purchases to expand those, to do a very robust expansion of Mustang Pegasus for both the I-25 and I-70 corridors. And so I don't see that reflected here. So can you just comment on that and
Amber.
give me some kind of an idea about what that looks like? I think that's an Amber question.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Randy. Great question. So the Senate Bill 180 did put forth $30 million a year for a 3-year pilot program to expand Mustang on the I-25 and I-70 corridors. It is eligible for fleet expansion for those specific services. So in here, this projection does not include any of the Senate Bill 180 funding. This is just
Okay.
the 10-year plan funds because they're separate. We did put this into the Mustang fleet purchases. We are nearing the 10-year service life on our Mustang fleet, and those will either need to be overhauled or replaced. And so we feel it's critical to ensure that those stay in this plan. So it's two separate items.
So that, but since it's not in this report, but that there's another major expansion of Mustang Pegasus in the works, it's not reflected in this slide deck, correct?
Correct. So so it's two separate pieces. What we're focusing on here, which can cause some confusion, is strictly the strategic 10-year plan projects funded with the funding through the 10-year plan. So you are exactly right. There's an additional pot of funding from Senate Bill 180. And then we have this piece as well.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I have a question as well related to the Idaho Springs Mobility Hub. I don't see it on this project list, and I understand. Can you just share with us, is there funding for that project? Is it not in this plan? Is it in another plan? Just, yeah, what's going on with that?
So yes, there is funding within the 10-year plan previously funded. So this is just the looking forward the next years. And Kim Kinnison, I believe, is going to be doing a report on the Idaho Springs Mobility Hub a little bit later in today's presentation under the DTR report.
Thank you. I see that I missed that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions for the CDOT beginning? And we'll have opportunities again throughout the presentation. If not, I'm going to turn it over to Clear Creek County, and I'm going to join through my regular computer. So thanks for the host for letting me back in. But all right, and is it Amy Saxton?
Yes,
Great.
yes it is. Thank you. Oh, and you're driving, Joanne. Are you driving my slides? Yes, yay, thank you. Okay, well, thanks. Yeah, and so we have prepared some material as per the request from CDOT for this presentation. We wanted to share our priorities as a county. We spent some time reaching out to the municipalities, to our leadership team here at the county organization, to our transportation team, and worked together to come up with what our priorities are. We wanted to start by talking a little bit about the environment we're working in. A lot of this may be familiar to folks, but it is a pretty important context for this environment. As I think everybody knows, Clear Creek County really carries some intense transportation burdens and experiences some pretty serious transportation impacts. This little diagram shows what we talk about it. This was a term Randy coined, or at least that's the first place I heard it, that we're really the waste of the hourglass for just millions and millions of recreation travelers who are coming from Denver or traveling into Colorado and landing at DIA, who are traveling to the Rocky Mountains and all of the tourism that area offers. 100 million people a year typically travel through this transportation corridor. And it fuels a recreation economy that's upwards of $37 billion. That is 511,000 jobs. That's 20 billion in wages and 9 billion in tax revenue. And that economic engine happens on the transportation impact backs of our county. It's pretty concentrated exclusively in Clear Creek County, and that is just really the context that we're living in here. And so it's an important context to start this conversation. We can go to the next slide. And related to that, we experience a lot of specific challenges related to that. We have a lot of older homes that are really close to the interstate. And a lot of those homes are built before 1950. That means they have higher permeability to pollutants and are more susceptible to air quality issues. We have a higher concentration of older population and higher concentrations of poverty in many of our communities. And the numbers do bear out that we have more significant poor health outcomes with higher asthma rates than many of our neighbors in other counties like Summit, Gilpin, and Grand. You can go to the next slide. But despite all of that, we have accomplished a lot. We have gotten a health clinic here in our county. We have submitted an EPA grant, so we're working on doing better at monitoring and measuring our air quality so we can be able to figure out more and report regulatory useful data about air quality. We've had excellent COVID response and collaboration across the entities in our community. We've recently passed a ballot measure to get ourselves some better resources so we can improve our schools and get better sales tax revenues on hand so we can support our own road and bridge department better. We're making good progress on housing and recreation, and our tourism strategies are all growing so we can do a better job of mitigating the incredible use that we see on our natural resources here. Go to the next slide. And so we have identified several priorities that are reflective of a lot of the challenges and context I just described. Next slide. So first, I want to just talk about sustainability and the mobility hub that George asked about already. That's really one of our main priorities. We see that as something that will help us manage recreation and heritage tourism and help our community manage the tension that we experience between our need to grow and our need to maintain the character of our community. And you may not think of a mobility hub as helping with that, but it really will, because it will help us be able to manage the traffic and the demand for visitation that we have and do it in a way that helps our community feel less challenged and less impacts from that visitation use. We're still looking for $2 to $6 million, somewhere in there, depending on what all gets included in that package. And so that's a huge priority for us. That's something that we're looking for more support on that. We think it's going to be a critical element to helping Pegasus do its job. And so we hope to see some way to get CDOT's continued support on that. Next slide. And so a related note is, Kevin, do you want to make a comment?
No, I hit a button. Sorry.
Okay. One item that might be included in some scenarios is included in the mobility hub is a pedestrian overpass that would help connect that hub to some of the developments that are happening on the south side of the interstate around Building 103 and a school that is being redeveloped and expanded into a elementary school that can be in current use. We have a middle school there that is not in use right now, and we are one of the ballot measure I mentioned will be part of reactivating that school. And this pedestrian overpass would help connect school kids to allow them to walk. It also would just be part of helping us as Clear Creek County in general and Idaho Springs in particular be able to make it so the interstate does not provide this sort of invisible wall in between our community and create this division in our towns and among our people. So a community connection through a pedestrian overpass is another priority. Next slide. Another thing to mention is recreation, a critical element for our economy here. We have an opportunity at Bakerville Jessica came up and visited, and we did a little tour and spent a little bit of time up at this area. But at the Bakerville interchange, there is a privately owned parking lot that ends up being kind of a trailhead for about 5 different trails that all have a hub there, for lack of a better word. And it's privately owned, but it gets used and functions like a public trailhead. And that also is a place that gets used like a rest area. And so a lot of congestion, a lot of traffic used from CDOT. People pull over there, relieve themselves. It's not pretty. Turning that area into maybe some sort of rest area. Oh, Beth, do you see that? What is it? Jessica needs to get added back as a panelist.
Okay.
That's an area that if there's a way to coattail the Bakerville Climbing Lane project, along with resurfacing the Bakerville Recreation Trail. The issue there that's worth mentioning is that the surface of that trail is really degraded, and we had a fatality this past fall on the trail. A cyclist was descending the trail and had an accident that basically he broke his neck and died on the trail. We don't know for sure if that was due to the surface of the trail, but it may well have been. So there's 2 pretty significant recreational opportunities at Bakerville that if we can find a way to take advantage of the climbing lane projects that's there and find maybe some grant funding or an opportunity there, we would like to be able to do that as well. Jacob, was that also an accidental hand raise?
It was, I'm so sorry.
No problem. The next slide. And so related to the comment I made about Bakerville is just an overall topic about the condition of the edges of the highway in Clear Creek County. We obviously get a lot of traffic. It's an alpine environment, and the need to use snow removal material and keep the roads clear and safe. There's a lot of you got to do that, but that means that there's a lot of snow removal material that gets used, so that creates more dead trees than typical. You have a lot of people, more garbage, and unfortunately there's also a lot of human waste that gets left along the edges of the roads. And so it's kind of a combination issue between human waste, dead trees, accumulated garbage, and sometimes we also end up with, I have that listed on here, burned out semis that if there's an accident, sometimes we have a hard time, CDOT sometimes has a hard time finding a place for them, or Clear Creek County does. I don't know exactly what the problem with that is, but that sometimes seems to be a big problem. So edge maintenance is an ongoing issue. And Mike, I'm gonna assume that that's a real hand raise now. Mike Williard, yay.
Yes, Amy. I just wanted to let you guys know, I've been in Section 9 for about 3 months now. I'm the new superintendent. And I read through these. I think I can help you guys out quite a bit with some of these things like the human waste and the burnt out semis. And if anything, I could at least provide answers for some of these things for you guys on the spot if you needed to. So I just wanted to lend that out. I'll put my number up in the comments.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much. That's great. And it is an ongoing issue. And I think, with the amount of slow moving traffic we often have, it just concentrates all of these issues. And it also concentrates the danger of dead trees and wildfire and all of these things that can be, everything's times 100 in here, So thank you for that. Next slide. Speaking of wildfire, here's, we are also working with, I've been working with Kurt Kianka as a side project related to the Floyd Hill overall project. One of the concerns that the CSS process has revealed is issues with egress and safety that the Floyd Hill community has as a pretty grave concern. Now, obviously, mountain neighborhoods often have challenges with egress. They often exit, the only way a mountain neighborhood can evacuate is kind of in a funnel effect where everybody has to come down through one road. And that's the case in the Floyd Hill neighborhood, like a lot of mountain neighborhoods. Floyd Hill is a very highly populated neighborhood, and some of the design of Interstate 70 does add to some of the vulnerabilities of that those particular egress challenges, just because the frontage road is on the other side of the highway, and that particular interchange doesn't happen to be a full diamond interchange. So there's not an eastbound on-ramp, for example, right there. And so I've been working with Kurt Kianka on, and he's been helping to set up a meeting with the resiliency folks at CDOT, and we do think that there's a good possibility of applying for some sort of grant or something to look at adding potentially some emergency egress options that might include access to I-70. That would be emergency only and would require an emergency action plan and a fair amount of coordination, but it would be something that could make a big difference in the event that we did have to do an emergency evacuation of the Floyd Hill neighborhood. And so that is a cooperative agreement that is in the works that I've been happy to see CDOT's cooperation with, and Clear Creek County is appreciative of, and we hope it continues to be available. The PROTECT funding is the federal grant source that we got, that might be the funding source that could that is available to departments of state DOTs that might be the best option here. Next slide. And then just as one other thing, that in general, we have had some conversations with CDOT and with CTIO, and are in general encouraging the use of toll revenue to do things besides fund roadways itself. We think that that this particular section of road is a perfect place to start connecting the dots for drivers on the cost of driving, and helping drivers accept and realize and be comfortable with the idea that driving is not just about gas in the car, and even more than not just necessarily about a toll. That this is a place where we can help demonstrate and connect the impacts of transportation. And but that means that the resources that are available through toll revenue, we would assert should be used for things in addition to financing transportation projects. And at least a small part should be used, we would assert, for mitigating transportation impacts, and whether that is edge maintenance or some sort of assisting with the air quality monitor program that we're working on getting funding, or assisting with some of the specific direct costs that a county like Clear Creek does experience by proximity to a high use interstate like I-70. That mitigating transportation impacts as a whole is something that is difficult to accomplish. And CDOT and NEPA there's excellent protections for mitigating transportation project impacts, but there's less ability to mitigate transportation impacts overall. And so we have been and will continue to encourage the use of resources like toll revenue to find their way to projects that mitigate transportation impacts overall. And will continue to be encouraging things like that. So that's that. And then next slide. And then we also have identified several other projects that are, some of them are pretty specific, like some restriping issues. There are some that we would like to work on. Some of them are striping with the eastbound peak period lane. Some of them are little simple things like stop bars at off ramps. We also have a proposal from the town of Empire to relocate the closure location of US 40 when Berthoud Pass needs to close. And the items on this list. And so I will be we'll figure out how to work with CDOT on some of the specifics on this list that I don't think we need to get into too much detail right here. But yeah, so Alizar, you had a question, you had a comment?
Yes, you can reach out to me regarding the striping and we can chat.
Okay, will do. That's excellent. Thank you. Anything to add, anybody from the county?
I think one thing that pops up right off the bat, looking at the Jake braking and noise, the very tail end of the list when we didn't go into detail. I think noise walls are important. I think also now that we have, passed an ordinance in the county about that too, that anything we can do to bolster the signage and make the truckers more aware of our Jake brake ordinance, understanding that they must have mufflers and that that's the main part of the deal, but also when and where they use them unnecessarily. They can be used for safety. They can also sometimes be used for convenience as well. And so in our more populated areas above Georgetown coming down, of course, and past Idaho Springs in a couple of spots, there's some places where we could make sure that they're in compliance and use help with signage to do that. That's one thing that popped up off the list. And otherwise, I think it's a pretty complete list. Thanks, Amy.
Thank you, Clear Creek County. And I know we have Commissioner Vasquez with us now. So if she's promoted to speaker before we shift to our next topic, I'd just like to acknowledge that she's here and give her a minute if she'd like to say anything. Commissioner?
Thank you, Jessica. And just to be clear, I apologize for being late. I got caught in Google Meet hell and had not received the Zoom link. So once I got it, I joined you. I've been able to listen for the last 20 minutes or so. And very excited to be listening in. I have little to contribute other than my regrets for not being physically present more in Clear Creek with COVID and other restrictions on travel. That has been my regret, not being with you more. So thank you for the opportunity to say hello.
Absolutely. So glad you could join us. I think we can all relate with meeting challenges with Google and Zoom and Meets and Hangouts and all kinds of different platforms. All right, and now we're going to start to talk about some really exciting projects. I've got two of the Region 1 staff, Kurt Kionka, he is the Floyd Hill director, and Jeff Hampton is with him as Floyd Hill construction manager, and they're going to dive into some updates for you.
All right, thanks, Jessica. Thank you all for having us today. Just again, want to throw out there, being part of Region 1 West program and the Floyd Hill project. I've spent a lot of time in Clear Creek County in the last 4 years, and it's been fun seeing some of these things come along and seeing how far we've come together and getting some of these projects advanced and where we're at. So, with that said, looking here at our first slide at what we've been working on these 10-year plan projects. As far as construction, you see there with the tunnel repairs and maintenance, we've got 3 separate projects that they've been working on. And then as you get down here into design, we have three more that are all working their way through the design process, with one of them in the advertisement phase right now. So, you know, a lot of that money that was set aside there on those earlier slides for tunnel repairs and maintenance, you can see here, we've definitely been pushing those projects forward and getting those things out and going. Going back up to construction, the couple of things that we've got there, obviously the I-70 westbound PPSL project, we're very quickly wrapping that project up. Some of the other meetings that I have during the week, we're very close to the tolling go live date. I believe we're still tracking on that one to be here early in July. And once that goes live, that'll pretty much wrap up the project from our standpoint. We get to turn everything over to maintenance and CTIO for the permanent running of that. County Road 314 project is still underway, still part of that package with westbound PPSL. I know they're finally getting into full swing on some of the activities along there, and then the Greenway segment wrapping up. One of those exciting parts of that, as you can see in the picture here, was that bridge pick of the Scott Lancaster Bridge and the relocation that you see there as part of that project. The other stuff we have going on in design for advancing these 10-year plan, we've got the I-70 escape ramp improvements. I know that one's moving forward as far as getting that final location determined and getting all the kinks worked out. And then the others that have been brought up already in this meeting, the Bakerville, the EJMT climbing lane, design, environmental, and CSS activities are proceeding. And then, of course, the Idaho Springs Mobility Hub. I know we've got some folks working their way through that one. So a lot happening just on the 10-year plan projects. And then next slide, please. Thank you. Here's the other stuff we've had going on that wasn't necessarily part of the 10-year plan, but things that we've been doing in Clear Creek County. The I-70 resurfacing from Empire to Georgetown completed last summer. So getting that stretch of roadway all caught up and something that's less of a maintenance headache for our guys up there. The US 6 resurfacing over Loveland Pass, the Clear Creek stream restoration there. I remember going up to visit that one. That's a pretty neat project that not a lot of folks at CDOT ever get to work on stuff like that. The Silver Plume noise wall reconstruction. I know that we finished that one up about a year and a half ago. That's a gorgeous new wall along that ramp there. And then the emergency repairs on US 40 up on Berthoud Pass. And I believe that's the picture here that you see on the right. We had some failures in the slope there and some drainage issues we were able to take care of. And then, of course, one of my personal favorites is some of the rockfall mitigation things we've been doing along the corridor. Most recently, we had the issue with a potential slide there right at US 6 and I-70. So, you know, our geohazard folks were able to get on top of that and saw an issue with things happening there, and we're able to make sure we get that fixed before there's a bigger problem. So, and then in design, and I think it kind of might have cut off the bottom of our slide here a little bit, but we've got the US 40 resurfacing and County Road 257 intersection improvements. So that one is progressing through the design phase right now and how we can get that work done. And then the bullet that I don't see there is the I-70 resurfacing from the tunnel to Georgetown. So we're looking at options there along with that Bakerville climbing lane and some things that we can work on there to again improve that driving surface and keep things in top shape for this heavily traveled corridor. So next slide, please. And then everybody's favorite, the Floyd Hill stuff that we have going on right now. So here's a quick update on the early projects. The wildlife crossing in Genesee, we're still tracking for construction on that to begin in the fall. So fall of this year. And again, you know, design's progressing. Hopefully we're going to be right in the right space for that one to get out there and be able to do some of the offline work this winter. And some of the structure work that can take place in the colder months. The wildlife crossing at Empire, which you see there in the top picture, a good rendering of how we envision that one to look. That one's going to be trailing the other two projects a little bit in terms of construction. So hoping to get that one ready to go by spring of next year. There's a few challenges there with the design process and just right-of-way acquisition and some of the things that need to take place there. So it'll push that one down just a little bit instead of construction this year. The Floyd Hill roundabouts, that one is the one that we're really banking on as the first one to come out. So that's there. It's US 40 at County Road 65 and Homestead Road at the top of Floyd Hill. So those will be, hopefully we've got an FOR level plan review taking place here in the next couple weeks. So that one's going to be progressing here pretty quick. And then following that up, the parking lot construction in the summer of next year. As through the CSS process, we definitely had some issues and worked through some definite concerns with putting a larger parking lot on the top of Floyd Hill. So to accommodate Pegasus and some of the things that were mentioned earlier is moving that location to something that was a little bit more amenable to all the communities up there, and something that's going to be more useful for the overall, not just Pegasus, but Mustang and kind of getting something that works for everybody there. So, those early projects progressing quickly, everything will be in construction by summer of next year. So getting those dollars spent and trying to make those improvements. Next slide, please. And then the biggie, Floyd Hill, I'll go over some of these bullets here and then Kurt can jump in with anything that I miss, but we are plowing forward with this one. I know several of the folks on the call are involved with us with several meetings each week as we're working our way through the CSS process and really kicking off the design phase for the overall project. So, where we're at is we've already got our CMGC partners selected. So I'm trying to remember the last time we were in this meeting, but Kramer North America was selected as our construction manager and Atkins was selected as our designer. We're moving through the process now. I believe it was officially announced that we have our ICE on board, which is Stanton. So independent cost estimating services is part of that CMGC process. And then the last partner that we're still working on providing our request for proposals and getting that out soon is for our owners representatives. So basically to help fill out and back up the CDOT staff for the overall management of the project. So we expect that to hit the streets here at the end of the month. But now that we've got the majority of our team in place, the big focus right now is the refinements to the preferred alternative. We're discussing possible innovations with our teams and working with the CSS, the PLT and the tech team. So going through all those crazy ideas that you can think of and vetting everything out to make sure that we have the right alignment, the right alternatives, and take into account everything for our impacts to the corridor so that we can finish up our decision document and finish off that EA process before we really dive into design and full design and getting these packages ready to go. So the schedule update that you see there, package one, we're anticipating release of that in the spring of 23. So that first package of design is for the eastern section of the project. Minimal impacts there in terms of environment and kind of what we're looking at. So we feel that's something we can get together and ready quickly to get some boots on the ground and start doing construction. Package two, which is the west section of the project, we're looking at fall, so later in 2023. And then the meat and potatoes of the project, which is that central section through the US 6 intersection over to Hidden Valley. That one we're looking at an early 24 release for construction. So, giving you guys an idea where we're at here, the next 6 months is really going to be hard and heavy and just getting through the remainder of the NEPA process and getting that first package out. And then those design teams are going to be going crazy for the next couple of years, cranking out these packages and getting everything ready for a complete design. So as far as the funding and stuff that you saw in the previous slides, we still have that funding gap, the 700 million overall project budget. We're still at that 240. So the grant that you see listed there, that package was submitted at the end of May. We're looking to close that gap and get the remainder of that amount to make sure that we keep this thing and go forward all the way through full construction, both sides, and deliver the entire project at one time. So any questions on that? I realize that's pretty quick. And Kurt, if you want to jump in, if there's anything I missed on that.
No, thanks, Jeff. That was a great update. I do want to say thank you for your support of the grant and all the letters of support that we got from you all. So thank you, and we're hopeful that we can close that funding gap through this grant. So thank you.
Thanks. We were talking about that just earlier today. I think a couple things popped to mind. One is that I think would be helpful. It's a public meeting for the public to know is we talk about starting package 3 or having it ready to release for construction or construction bids at least by early 24. That's the current goal. Can you give us a sense of the life of this project, assuming that we're successful in getting the grant and the funding, assuming that we're crashing forward with everything, and assuming that at some time by late 24, we're actually maybe into construction on phase 3 of this project. What's the life of this project? Can you give us a sense of how long it will take to complete this?
Yes. Yeah, Jeff, go ahead. You can take it.
Okay. I was going to say that's a great question, Randy, and that's something we need to update on these slides. So package 1 and how this CMGC process works, we're working through design, and then we negotiate with the contractor to come to an agreed to price to then release that package to construction. So for package 1, the earliest we're looking at starting construction is going to be spring of 23. And then start to finish, all 3 packages, building this thing out, assuming we have full funding and the grant and everything comes through, we're looking at wrapping up late 27 to maybe middle of 28, depending on how some of these things schedule out. So 4-ish to maybe the end of that 5th year of construction, depending on how some of these things work in terms of the packaging and phasing. And a lot of that is tied to things like creek relocation and certain things that you can only do in very specific spots of the year. So, the actual construction, and we've talked about this in a few different meetings, but it's worth repeating here since this is a public meeting. A lot of what drives this is our managing traffic. How do we manage traffic through the corridor? Obviously, we're not going to close things down and tell folks, hey, good luck, find another way. We're going to maintain the traffic that's there. We're going to keep people moving through the corridor and build things around them. But obviously, that takes a little bit more time. So as we kind of develop these packages and we work through these innovations, that's some of what we're going to find is schedule innovations and ways to drive that back. But right now, that's the expectation is the late 27, early 28 timeframe.
I think this is, it'll be a good lesson too. It'll be a good teaching experience and learning experience for those people who imagine a future that has a maximum program attached to it. A full-blown FHWA compliant 6-lane highway. It's been my contention for around 20 years that by the time in the era of NEPA, and we attack a rebuilding of a roadbed to create the kinds of widths that it would take to accomplish this, I've thought, it's a 20-year project. It's a 10 to 15-year, whatever it is. It's a long time and a lot of money to be able to accomplish this is one challenge. There are plenty of challenges along the way. And there are sections of the road that would need to be completely rebuilt as a new highway because of the challenges of it's not like you can just paste a lane and some shoulders on the side. So this will be an excellent learning experience for how current mobility would be able to tolerate a project of that scale. To think that this one section is potentially a 5-year project to get done is sobering. And I had one other question. It was back to the transit parking on Floyd Hill. My main concerns on Floyd Hill, when we were talking about this a while back, and I talked with Kurt at length about it. I know the concerns of the residents are address fire safety, and in addition to that, address whether they feel that the mobility access and mobility parking at the top of that hill is appropriate for them because it would be parking for other people. Maybe that in the end is part of the educational component of creating more robust highway-based transit systems, because the population of Floyd Hill is, I think, approximately 2/3 to 3/4 that of Idaho Springs, in an area that's not a whole lot larger or around the same, which means that we're looking at a concentration of people that need mobility. And as we transition into different ideas about how we move ourselves around, it would be a critical point to still be able to have a location and a stop there at some point in time when this is all finished. I've heard the discussion that it doesn't work there because you can't get into the express lane right away. Right at the top of the hill, there's not an access point into the express lane or the managed lane. And I think it's important to point out that these vehicles operate in all 3 lanes, and it's still a useful way to get where you're going, and that a short distance from there, you can get into the managed lane then afterwards. So anyway, I just wanted to keep that one on the radar, that ultimately the Floyd Hill population needs to be served effectively by transit in some form. That's all I got.
Great. Thank you. Anything else on the CDOT deck before we move to our DRCOG partners? All right. I just want to, since this is a public forum, say thank you so much to Jacob Rieger and Todd Cottrell, who will be presenting next. This is our 7th presentation we have done with them, and they have been such great planning partners with us. I really just appreciate their time and wisdom. So I'm turning it over to them. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you, everyone. Jacob Rieger, Long Range Transportation Planning Manager at DRCOG. I'm going to share a few slides, so give me just a second to pull those up. Hopefully this will work. Really happy to be here, at least virtually. Wish we were there in person, but give me just a second here. Maybe. Okay. Hopefully folks can see that in presentation mode.
Yep.
Cool. All right. So let me run through it with the help of my colleague, Todd Cottrell. Kind of just starting out, you know, DRCOG is a vast region, and you see a lot of statistics on this slide that I'm not going to go through about the uniqueness and the complexity of the DRCOG region. The point of this slide is, you know, we want to empathetically acknowledge that for you all in Clear Creek County, it is confusing. There's a lot of boundaries that we work with. There's a lot of federal funding and programs and requirements that we work with. And we know that they're, you know, it's really muddled for you in terms of some things you work with DRCOG, some things you work with CDOT. You know, are you part of DRCOG? Are you not part of DRCOG? So first of all, let me just assure you that, of course, you are part of DRCOG and a very important part of DRCOG. If you look at the black boundary that encircles all the colors here, to the hard black boundary, that is the DRCOG region. And that is the DRCOG Transportation Planning region as defined by state statute, which does include both Clear Creek and Gilpin counties. The green area, though, and this is part of the confusion with, you know, our multiple boundaries, the green area is what's known as our Metropolitan Planning Organization, or MPO boundary. That is our federally designated boundary for multimodal transportation planning within the urban area, essentially the urban area of the DRCOG region. And so in that sense, we do have some differentiation there in terms of some programs and some processes, but in the big picture, as much as we can, and even in our long range transportation plan, we include both Clear Creek and Gilpin counties. I'll show you that actually as we go through the presentation. Again, just sort of on that theme, because it is a public meeting, just to remind you and remind the public of the members of folks in Clear Creek County who are on the DRCOG board. Very much appreciate your all's participation. Not going to lie, I also included this picture because I just like the picture of Randy Wheelock. This is the picture on our board, and shows how Commissioner Wheelock really, you know, takes this really seriously at our DRCOG board meetings. But we really appreciate all 3 representatives from Clear Creek County that do participate actively on the DRCOG board.
I would like to point out that that's really weird. That's so inappropriate because it erroneously shows me as a grumpy old man. And,
I think it shows you concentrating, Commissioner. That's the way I choose to look at it. Just real quick from a DRCOG perspective, just, you know, sort of our planning framework. It starts with our Metro Vision Plan, which does include, you know, our entire DRCOG region. It's our shared vision for the future, our aspirational plan that includes a lot of topics, you know, growth and development, housing, economics, you know, all sorts of topics, including transportation. And then specifically, our Metro Vision Regional Transportation Plan, which is now our 2050 Regional Transportation Plan that we adopted a year ago. A lot of federal requirements associated with that, but it's our big multimodal regional transportation plan that really brings together everything that's being done in the full DRCOG region, regardless of funding source, regardless of agency, regardless of mode of transportation, brings it all together to really think through what our vision and what our needs are for the next 30 years. And that's, again, our 2050 regional transportation plan in the orange. Part of that is what we call our fiscally constrained. That's an awkward federal term. Basically, our cost feasible portion of the plan, we have to demonstrate that of our vision and our wants and our desires and even our needs, what portion of that can we pay for realistically over 30 years based on the federal, state, local, and other revenues that we think will be available in this region, whether they're CDOT administered, DRCOG administered, local government, be that as they may. So we call that the cost feasible or the fiscally constrained portion of the plan. And then that flows to our transportation improvement program, which I think many of you know is very similar to the statewide transportation improvement program, or the STIP. And actually in federal regulation, our transportation improvement program, or TIP, let's use lots of acronyms, the TIP and the STIP need to be consistent with each other. And in fact, the projects that CDOT includes in the STIP that are within the DRCOG MPO area are also included in the TIP, and vice versa. Really, the bottom line here, though, in the big picture, is that our regional transportation plan really sets that framework and that long-range look at priorities, region-wide, multimodal, again, regardless of funding source. It's a federal requirement that those major projects like Floyd Hill be identified in a plan like the Regional Transportation Plan. And then those projects are implemented through the Transportation Improvement Program in the MPO area and the statewide Transportation Improvement Program in the rural areas of the state. So I kind of alluded a little bit to what our 2050 plan is. I said it implements our MetroVision plan. I'm not going to read all of these, but again, it really is that long-range vision, that multimodal vision, really brings together everything that's happening in the region, all the funding sources, all the components of what it takes to maintain, operate, and expand over time our multimodal transportation system, including many of the projects that you all have talked about today. We update the plan every 4 years. That's a federal requirement. We do a major update. That's what the 2050 plan was that we spent 2 years putting together and adopted last year. And then we typically do a kind of what we call a cycle amendment or a minor update every year, particularly now with the state greenhouse gas rule that I actually don't want to get into, but with the state GHG rule that also kind of triggers some changes to the plan on an annual basis as well. Not to belabor the point, but just to show you kind of one more aspect of the plan. I'm not going to go through, there's a lot of numbers here and a lot of complexity. The point is I wanted to show you both the projects in the plan, the major projects in the plan, sort of geographically, but also show them to you kind of by, bucket of type of project and the funding associated with those types of projects in the plan. And I would note that in addition to the major projects, what I call the lines and the dots on the map, like you're seeing here, we also have a lot of programmatic investments in the plan. There's a lot of things, what I call the connective tissue of our transportation system, the maintenance, the intersection operations, the local sidewalks, some of the things that you all have mentioned today, those types of projects in a 30-year plan at this scale, we don't necessarily identify as individual projects, but we very much include them in the plan. We include them by category. We include them in our financial plan. They're actually a big component of kind of the overall plan that we produce for the sake of the plan itself and to meet federal requirements. And so you're kind of seeing both of those things here, but with a little bit of emphasis on some of the bigger projects such as Floyd Hill and some of the other big projects in our region. And then I'm going to turn this slide over to my colleague Todd Cottrell to kind of talk about sort of the short range implications of some of these concepts. Todd?
All right, thank you, Jacob. So Todd Cottrell here, Project and Program Delivery Manager at DRCOG. And I'll try not to confuse everyone, because if we go back earlier into sort of what Jacob was saying, we have DRCOG as a whole, and then the MPO is a portion of that. And then we also talk about the TIP, but the TIP is an MPO product and it doesn't typically bleed into those non-MPO sections. However, there are some special circumstances, and I certainly would like to point that out. And that really comes about with the renewal of the State Multimodal Transportation and Mitigation Options Fund, or MMOF for short. So if you recall, approximately 4 years ago, there was the distribution of this funding source for the first time. We did go through a non-MPO call for projects, and we conducted that with approximately 1% of that overall funding that was available, in that federal fiscal year 20 through 23 cycle. Well, Senate Bill 260 last year did renew that funding source. And accordingly, CDOT distributed that funding source to all of the transportation planning regions throughout the state. And certainly DRCOG is one of them. So again, this was to the entirety of DRCOG, including the MPO and the non-MPO areas of DRCOG. So as a reaction to that, we have opened up a call for projects. We did this back on May 2nd, and this does conclude here pretty quickly, coming up on June 24th. And again, using approximately 1% of that available funding from the current, or I should say next fiscal year 23 all the way out to 27. That gives us approximately $1.6 million available for this call. So you can see on here on the screen who is available for that call. So it can be the county, it can be Empire, Georgetown, Idaho Springs, and Silver Plume. Those are all eligible. And of course, overall for the MMOF program, the match is 50% minimum. However, the state has reduced that match for some communities. And of course, you can see those rates there on your screen. So certainly on some of those previous projects that we heard earlier today, certainly most of those would fit into this category of what is eligible for this call. But if you are certainly interested in more information, if you go to drcog.org, in the upper right-hand corner, you can search for non-MPO call. And that should take you to our current TIP program development page, where you can find a lot more in detail. If not, we've provided additional information when this call opens. So hopefully all that information is out there. And certainly if you have any questions, please let me know. Thanks, Jacob.
Is that 1.588 million for the entire state, or for the entire DRCOG region for the non-MPO areas? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And Todd, could you just explain where the 1% number comes from?
Yes. So if we take a look at the total population, employment, and VMT throughout DRCOG, the non-MPO locations within DRCOG equal approximately 1%. And so therefore we took 1% of that available funding and used that for this call.
And are you required to use that mechanism to distribute those particular funds?
No, this was a staff recommendation to our board, in which we described the process to go through that. So the 1% was part of that recommendation.
Okay.
So my question on the VMT part of the calculation in the third bullet point is this: what VMT number are you using when you calculate transportation impacts in Clear Creek County? When you look at 1% of the, if you look at 1% of the funding is based on 1% of the population, employment, and then VMT, how do you look at, you know, you were here for the waste of the transportation hourglass graphic that Amy brilliantly put together some time back after I repeated something I heard somewhere one time, and she was impressed. But how do you measure, how does the VMT, the actual VMT in Clear Creek County, the reality of VMT in Clear Creek County affect multimodal, or not multimodal, but excuse me, the non-MPO funding available to us in your decision making?
Right. So the formula of using population, employment, and VMT is essentially a surrogate to develop an approximate percentage of funding distribution that we use in our MPO calls for projects. So we carried over the use of that formula to the non-MPOs also. So the VMT is directly a model output.
Is it a, Randy, that's a great question. I'm struggling to understand as well. So you say that's a model output. Is that an estimate based on our population, or how does the model arrive at that output?
Right. So the three factors. So again, population was based on 2019 DOLA information. Employment, same thing, 2019 DOLA. The VMT is the 2020 base year from our model run that just took place for the current RTP.
Does that model run, I think, and that's kind of where I was going with this, George nailed it. Does that model run I mean, you use formulas times population, or are you actually measuring the traffic that's known to be in our county when we talk about, you know, 40,000 plus vehicles in a day during peak periods of people just traveling through us, getting from one place to another. And that's simply as measured at the Eisenhower Tunnel, which doesn't necessarily reflect those that enter the county and head off through the other tourism portals into the county, the other highway portals into the county, the other passes and so forth. There are people that travel Loveland Pass, Grinnell Pass, Berthoud Pass, Highway 103, and do loops all the time. Do you model our county independently, taking into consideration those idiosyncratic conditions, or are we just put into the grinder in the same model that everyone else is put into?
Let me help you answer that.
Yep, go ahead. I was going to give it to you anyhow, because I'm not quite
Yeah.
sure.
Neither of us are the modelers. We have a whole model team at Dr. Cog that does this, so I don't want to get over my skis here, but I think I can generally answer the question. So we have a very robust behavior-based model, as it's called, I think it has something like 29 different steps, and it could put us all to sleep about how the model works. But in a nutshell, it takes so the VMT is a forecast, but it's calibrated as best as possible for the region. So first of all, it's not that we do each county separately. It's a regional model that includes Clear Creek County. And particularly since you're at the edge of our model region, it includes some of those kind of stations at the edge where we kind of match up with CDOT's model and primarily with CDOT's model, but with other models like Pikes Peak and North Front Range, to make sure that at those kind of breakpoints along North and South I-25, I-70 West and I-70 East and so on, that we're kind of matching sort of what, as you said, Commissioner Wheelock, some of those numbers at the passes or on those strategic locations. But in a nutshell, it's a regional model. You're included as part of the regional model. The VMT is a forecast. That VMT is an output of the model, and it's based on a whole variety of input factors that generally relate to everything from small area forecasts, land use forecasts, roadway network. There's a whole bunch of socioeconomic and sort of transportation inputs that go into the model, including sort of calibration with traffic counts around the region. That's how we calibrate the model. Is the model sort of producing in a 2020, let's say a 2020 model run as our base? Is that generally matching traffic counts and travel behavior across the region? Once it is, we say it's calibrated, and then we use it to forecast for the future, in this case 2015. But I believe, Todd, for the original question around the formula for tip allocation, it's based on, correct, the 2020 sort of base year calibrated model run, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. Does that help, Commissioner Wheelock and others?
It does. It does. It doesn't necessarily fully answer the question whether we've attacked that idiosyncrasy of our transportation here. It's kind of like another thing that we've done where I know Dr. Cog concerns itself a great deal with air quality. And when we talk about non-attainment areas, we have certain areas that have been identified as non-attainment areas. And I would suggest those are only the ones that we have identified, because much like the traffic data of what really travels through us, it's pretty complex, is the fact that a lot in areas like this in corridors that don't have regulatory grade monitoring, then there's simply not been identified as one way or the other. We use common sense to kind of decide where to put it and where we think it is. And as an example, our non-regulatory grade monitors that we've had for about 2.5 years have indicated some ozone numbers, which of course correlate to other kinds of numbers. But what we are measuring is telling us that we have levels at certain times that are similar to what you would see in the central 70 corridor under a heavy load. And so that's the reason I bring it up. We just like to know that both our mobility models and our environmental models are accurate.
Understood, Commissioner. What I will say is that you're correct, of course, that both Clear Creek and Gilpin counties are outside of our non-attainment area. However, when it comes to our traffic forecasting, or travel demand modeling, as we call it, in our focus model, there is no less detail for areas outside, whether you're in the MPO or not, or in our air quality conformity area or not. There's no less detail in those areas that are outside of those boundaries. Our model is a regional model that covers not only actually, frankly, the entire DRCOG region in black that I showed you on the map, it actually extends just a little bit into Park and Elbert counties to just kind of capture a little bit more from the modeling perspective for air quality conformity modeling. So your point is well taken. I just want to reassure you that there's no less detail in the model for Clear Creek County because you're outside our attainment area. That is not the case.
Thanks.
The thing I wanted to just note is just because of the sort of some of the constraints and the rules with spending these dollars, it ends up being that the 1.6 million, is maybe actually only 1 million or less because of having to, for a small project, NEPA requirements and other requirements mean that each dollar doesn't go quite as far for these projects. And so that isn't good for you, it isn't good for us. And I was just kind of curious if there are if you have any flexibility to think differently about the way you divide the money so that if if there's a different way to do it so that the chunk of money is just a little bit bigger so that the money is used a little bit more efficiently and the projects that are available to the non-MPO entities can go a little bit further and be used a little bit more effectively. You're carving up a small chunk of money in an inefficient way and then having to push that money through a sieve, that means the dollars are used even less efficiently. So I think I mentioned that, Todd, when I attended the call.
Yeah, certainly. And I think that's something we'll take back and have some discussions around.
Yeah, I mean, you can take some money and divide it equally and some money and divide it equitably, in this proportional a formula, but maybe there's a small chunk of money that can be divided on a different formula, and that could somehow balance the amount of funds that end up available to the non-MPO regions because it's not doing probably what you want it to be doing, and so.
Any more questions on this slide? I think we've got maybe one or two more slides. Okay. This may be actually our last substantive slide, but wanted to end with just kind of sharing a little bit. I'm not going to go through these bullets individually, but we talk a lot about the Transportation Improvement Program and the 2050 Regional Transportation Plan. Just wanted to give you a sense of some of the other sort of programs, services, data, other things that we work on at DRCOG. Again, I'm not going to go through these individually. I think this has been sent out and we can send it out in a way that has these links if they're not already in what was provided, but we've linked to some things here. But really just the overall point here is that even for Clear Creek County, there is a lot of DRCOG in terms of services, data. We have a very robust regional data catalog and some of the data that we collect that we make available regionally, some things that we're working on that I think can benefit you and some others around our region. So wanted you to just see the different variety of some of those different things, whether it's data or programs or again, services, things that we do that you may not be as familiar with. But we'd be happy to talk offline about any of these or answer any other questions around how we can help you or things that we can provide to you. And with that, I think that's it. And I just want to say thanks again for your time.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Cog. And I'm just going to do a time check. We're about 17 minutes behind, which is okay. We do have a little time at the end of our agenda for questions, but I know we have some folks that have hard stops at 3. So just kind of want to move us through, and exciting to introduce Kimberly Kinnison. She's on Amber Blake's team, and she's going to talk about the Idaho Springs Mobility Hub, which we've already dialogued a little bit about. So go ahead, Kim.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We are currently working through 6 site scenarios for this mobility hub, and they range in cost from about 1 million to 14 million in differences. And regardless of the scenario selected, we're very excited about the expanded opportunities for last mile connections to Pegasus and Mustang. as well as more park and ride capacity, which should help with relieving congestion. We are working diligently with the town to understand how to proceed on the parking garage element. Additional funding by way of a special improvement district is in process of standing up, but we are continuing to balance all of the challenges of budget and scope through our partnership efforts with Idaho Springs. And we're happy to answer any questions that you might have about this project.
Any questions on the mobility hub?
So I just would like to jump in for 1 second. I just want to put a heartfelt thanks out to the community for working with us to move forward the memorandum of understanding. Moving that forward was a big step in moving this forward. And thank you for working with us to draft the intergovernmental agreement that is underway. Both of those components are critical in moving this forward. We did hear the plea for any sort of financial assistance that we can come forward with, or kind of be creative, come forward with a creative solution to work together, because where we're at now, we do understand that we're kind of at a standstill in terms of moving the project really forward with the funding gap. So I didn't hear it. I just want to clarify that there's a couple of options, either the additional funding or reconfiguring parking. So there's a few pieces on the table. We're going to do this once, so hopefully we can come out with the ideal solution that really meets the future needs of all the users throughout here and generates the best economic development for the community moving forward. So thank you all for your help, and we are here to partner with you. And I just wanted to say that we do appreciate all the work that's going into this and partnering with us. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, DTR. And up next, we have Alazar Tesfaye with our traffic and safety team.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay, I just want to show you where we're at within the region safety-wise. And this is a total crash within the region, and it shows by counties. This total crash is between 2027 and 2021 for 5 years. And this is like a on system and off system together. So as you can see, this is by county, and in Clear Creek County, we have a total crash of 2,829. Next slide. And this shows the total serious injury and fatal crashes within that 5 years. And this again is all on system and off system. I think we have like 83 serious injury crashes and 11 fatal crashes. And usually for serious injury, and 60% of it is an on-system crashes. Next slide. So I just want to give you an overview of our safety program overview. As most of you will know, Faster Safety Mitigation Program. This is a state-funded 100%. And only eligible on the CDOT system only. And our BC ratio to qualify is 0.25. And usually our allocation for the region is about $26 to $29 million, and about 37% of the statewide allocation. The HSIP program is a federally funded program. Typically 90% of, we require 10% match, and half of this funding is allocated, intended just for the local agency, which goes through our annual call. And this is data driven and a little bit stringent, and the BC is about 1%, and our total allocation for annually is between 16 and 17 million. Next slide. So this shows our HSIP and FASTER planned between 2021 and 2024 by counties again. If you can see down on the right side, Clear Creek County, we have about 8 million allocated between these 4 years, between 2021 and 2024. Next slide. And these are the projects for the 8 million within the corridor on between the county and US 40, and some geometric improvement and VSL, and we have I-70 wildlife also planned, like systemic improvement. Any questions? That's all I have for traffic and safety.
Thanks, Alizar. No questions? All right, I'm going to turn it over to our maintenance team, Mike Williard. And if you haven't had a chance to meet him, I'm really excited to have him in his new role, and I'm looking forward to seeing the great things he does along the I-70 Mountain Corridor. So, Mike.
Absolutely. Next slide, please. So currently Region 1, Section 9, we have 142 FTEs, 11 maintenance patrols, 1 tunnel, 181 pieces of equipment, 92 bridges, 2,252 lane miles, and a 24/7 operation. Annual $20 million fiscal year budget, $4 million for road and bridge, 11 million for snow and ice, and 3 million for personal services, and 2 million for tunnel operations. Next slide. So Section 9 has 46 snow plows, 1 tow plow, 2 loader mounted snow blowers, 7 motor graders, 1 anti-de-icing tanker, 15 3 to 5 yard loaders. For snow shift, we run 24/7 operations. Our shifts are from 3 to 3. We pre-treat the interstate with brine. 46 plows available per 12-hour shift, 30,000 lane miles, 1.51 million gallons of liquid de-icer, and 1.39 million tons of solid de-icer. Next slide. We have a meeting with all 8 counties. I think we went back one on accident there. April through June 22. Draft list of projects provided, Dr. Cog Tech, June 21st.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
I think this is my slide.
Okay.
You're totally welcome to cover it. You're doing an amazing job.
Absolutely. Draft list of projects provided to Transportation Commission for review, June 2022. STAC TC approval of updated 10-year plan, June 22, and GHD modeling underway, finalized fall of 2022. Next slide. Thank you.
So if you have questions on greenhouse gas modeling, you can ask Mike.
Absolutely.
He's now volunteered. That's fantastic. All right, so we caught up on time, everybody. So great job there. So we do have some time. Questions for Mike's team, questions on next steps. Maybe just go back to that slide just for a moment. Joanne, thank you. So we've met with the 7 of the counties. Gilpin is our remaining. We're going to share this Facebook presentation with them. If you can, I don't know how we do that, but maybe we can. And then that wraps up our 4P process. So thanks to all of our team members on this call. It's been a lot of work, and we've prevailed. It's been fantastic. So you will see the draft list of projects unless something changes or adjusts with the greenhouse gas modeling. That'll look like the list I showed you today with the New Year's 1 through 4 and the New Year's 5 through 10. And then, as Mike mentioned, it goes through its little approval chain on the slide there. And if changes come out of the greenhouse gas modeling, that would be happening in the fall of 2022. Like I mentioned, we're always here. It's not just during 4P that we want to engage and talk with you and be great partners together. Amy and I went on a little road tour, and subsequent to that, based on a conversation, we submitted a freight application for some vault toilets. So you never know what will come out of just kind of those one-on-one conversations and dialogues you have together. So guessing that you might have some questions. We've got about 15 minutes. If there's anything you'd like to go back to and look at, or things you'd like to bring up or dive deeper on.
I guess just from a process perspective, you could help me understand. It feels like we're kind of at the tail end of the process. The presentation kind of felt to me like you're pretty well decided on this stuff. Is that accurate?
So are you referencing our list of projects?
Yeah.
So we're working within kind of the fiscal constraint that we have. So if you have ideas, other counties have sent us kind of their, hey, this is our wish list. This is what we'd like to see prioritized. And then we're looking at that as we're moving through the years 1 through 4 and 5 through 10. So it's not finalized until it goes through kind of the bullet points that you see on the screen there with Transportation Commission and STAC and TC. So part of this is to hear from you if we, got it wrong. Most likely we're not going to shift Floyd Hill in the 10-year plan process. But if you have some other things that you see, like I said, sometimes the edges bleed between years 1 through 4 and 5 through 10. If we really see that, for example, I-70 Kipling is now completely falling apart and it's not able to be weight that 5 through 10, we're going to look at moving things when we need to. But generally the list didn't change. We haven't added anything to date, but that doesn't mean we can't talk about it and see if that would make sense. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. And I know we have our list. I don't know that they're like projects with dollars next to them, but.
Yeah, and just, kind of a point that's important with the 4P process, and Amber touched on it a little bit. This is the 10-year plan that has strategic funding sources. We have a lot of other sources of funding and a lot of other lists of projects that are occurring. We have our resurfacing projects. Those aren't addressed in the 10-year plan. So just because something's not in the 10-year plan doesn't mean it can't happen or not get built. Alizar talked about faster funding and HSIP funding. Those dollars, some of them tie into our 10-year plan a little bit, but there's a lot of other funding sources for other types of projects that can move forward. Just because you're not in the plan doesn't mean you don't have a chance of ever being like constructed. But these are our strategic 10-year plan, larger scale projects.
Okay, thank you. And I don't mean to register that as a complaint. I don't know that any of the projects on our list.
No, it's a good question.
I think to that point, though, I think it's a really good question. And I think that when you look at what our requests are from Clear Creek, a lot of them are things that are things that might require some mitigation that are pretty small projects that might find we talk about, things like the amount of time that we end up with burned out hulks sitting for sometimes weeks at a time, either along our county road or somewhere where they just get hauled and dumped. Burnout trucks to some minor interchange changes that might be good safety changes that we brought up. Well, the one in Empire Junction jumps to mind, although I realize that may be it may look like a small intersection, but I think the solution is probably a big solution. So there may be some problems there, but some of those would be nice if we could have them happen, have them be considered within that 10 years, because they're small enough ticket ideas that can make a big enough difference for us in terms of safety or whatever.
Yeah. And those are the types of projects that the smaller scale ones you don't really see on the 10-year plan. Some of our smaller ones we did, the noise walls along I-70 in Denver County, that was on our 10-year plan. That was kind of one of our smaller scale ones. And so some of our Vision Zero projects might be kind of on that smaller scale, but we're not identifying them individually in the plan. We'll work through that, as we have a pot of money that we can draw from for some of those smaller ones. So.
I think the example you gave, Jessica, about the freight grant is and the way this was sitting in my mind is this conversation wasn't Clear Creek County saying, hey, we're lobbying to have CDOT change your 10-year strategic plan. It's saying, we are saying, we want you to be aware, CDOT and Dr. Cog, of our priorities so that opens up your minds and makes everybody in this meeting think, oh, I have an idea for that. And, Alizar and Mike both came up and said, oh, I can help with that. And what are the other examples of that that we might hear about, and how can what we said as our priorities, how can that then, what seeds are planted from this conversation, and what projects grow from this, and that's incumbent on us as well. I mean, I don't consider this baton passed to CDOT and wait to see what you guys do with it. This is a process that is my responsibility, our responsibility as a county, but this is our opportunity to help tell you, Jessica, and your colleagues and team about what's important to us, and so we can all think together about how to get these things done. That doesn't say, write me a check right now, like we're not here to say that, but at least that's how I have been thinking about what we're trying to accomplish here. And because it's about win-win.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, lots of partnerships, relationships, lots of discussions. I know our team members on this call are regularly engaging with the county on a variety of topics. So hopefully we can get some momentum on a couple of those higher priority ones and get some creative juices flowing on how to fund some of the other things.
Yeah.
Any closing thoughts? Commissioner Vasquez, any closing thoughts?
No, but thank you for a great meeting. I learned a lot by just listening in, and it is really exciting to see the kind of engagement and cooperation experienced in this process. Thanks.
Great. All right, I'll hold a sacred 3 seconds for any final comments or questions. Excellent. Well, great to see you all. Meeting materials will be provided if they haven't already, and please reach out if you have any further questions or comments.
Yeah. And Jessica, did you say you were hoping to get a recording or some version of this to share with Gilpin?
Well, I'm just not savvy enough to know how Facebook Live works. So I don't know if it's like forever on Facebook or if there's like a link or.
And yeah, we will get that. We will get something to.
Great, thank you.
You or us, or to Joanne perhaps, that can be shared with Gilpin.
Wonderful.
Cool. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, CDOT and Dr. Cog.
Thanks all.
Yep. Thanks for everyone for joining us. I believe this is the end of our agenda today. Is there anything else for the good of the order?
I only have one item, and that is we are traveling to Washington tomorrow. And while I've got you in front of me, what time did you want to, if we're going to carpool down to the airport, what time did you want to meet?
Yeah, let me go back. I was thinking like probably 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Just meet at my office here in Evergreen.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thanks everybody.
Thanks, everyone.